This is our regular scheduled meeting, April 28th, 2015. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Domboski.
Present.
Mr. Steele. Here. Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Flynn. Mr. Hall.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Ms. Johnston.
Here.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Trainee.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Ms. Domboski, would you listen to the pledge, ma'am? Thank you, ma'am. Next item of business is minutes of previous meetings. There are none, thanks to the clerk's office being very efficient. Mr. Mayor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reporting today after spending most of last week in Washington, D.C., meeting with our congressional delegation and working on two very key issues. Congressman Young has reintroduced the bill to allow the purchase of the archive property just south of this location here, almost 9 acres of beautiful midtown land that would be fine housing opportunities for our community, which is lacking housing opportunities. Bill has already cleared the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. He's accelerating it to the floor for a vote. We met with Senator Sullivan. He is introducing a companion bill in the Senate. We've got a good possibility of this passing this year, so very pleased about that. Anytime we can get an opportunity to add to our very productive land base, we want to do it. Congressman Young is also interested in pursuing a phase 2 of removing reversionary clauses from parcels in Anchorage. As you know, last year we were successful in getting reversionary clauses removed from 3 parcels in downtown, including the Egan Center, a property near 7th and K, and one near Christensen Drive, which allows us to develop those properties to their best and highest use without those reverting back to the federal government because they're no longer used for municipal purpose. So we've worked with and are working with our folks at Real Estate Services and Heritage Land Bank to identify properties for phase 2. And again, this will be another effort to give us clear title to these properties and allow us to pursue economic development with them. So a very productive set of meetings, and that's it for today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions from the Assembly members for the Mayor? Please queue in. There don't appear to be any. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Assembly Chair's report. There is not one for the purpose of getting through tonight's meetings. We got a lot of meetings. Mr. Hall, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 2 brief reports. First, from the Marijuana Committee that met last week. Of course, we think we're nearing the end of the legislative session, and it's pretty obvious that the only legislation that's coming out of there is the formation of the Marijuana Board, which is a good thing because I think they'll do a good job of getting some regulation drafted. But as far as actual state statutes, we don't really see that coming down the pipe right away. So the committee's approach on that is we've given direction to our Planning and Zoning Department and the Legal Department to move ahead full speed to address this issue. February 24th of next year, marijuana will be legal to be sold, and that's when the first license are to be made available. And in the initiative that passed, it states that if the state doesn't address that, then it defaults to the local government. It's very possible that may end up getting dealt with the regulations that get written, and if it does, then we would look to defaulting to them. But what we've got to do in the meantime is be prepared, and that means that we need to have whatever we're going to get done completed by the 24th of December of this year. So we'll be fairly busy here in the next few months making sure that we're prepared. The other item was, again, I want to tell you, Mr. Trainee, I appreciate your allowing the work session that happened last Friday. I've been working for 18 months with the AEDC Live, Work, Play housing group that's been meeting, and they put in a tremendous amount of work, and they did 1 of 3 report outs to the Assembly on Friday. and identified some issues that are a great deal of concern to them that appears to be maybe causing our inability to address our housing shortage. And they asked specifically for 3 issues to be addressed, and that was building heights, a building coordinator, and the other item doesn't come to mind right at the moment. But what I'm doing is I am working to draft an ordinance that will be introduced at the next meeting that will begin the discussion on addressing this. So hopefully we can get some headway going with the housing issue that we've got in the community, because essentially what they ask us to do with that problem is to help them to help us solve our housing problem. So it's like I say, I do intend to have that on the agenda for the next meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. I appreciate all your efforts on that. Ms. Dombrowski has a question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the 3 items were height, the floor air ratio, I'm probably saying that wrong, and the design manual or design.
Right.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Mr. Hall, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor and help with that if I may.
Definitely, I'll have your name added.
Mr. Honeman, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The April Public Safety Committee meeting is set for tomorrow. It's been had been postponed due to schedule conflicts, and so it'll be tomorrow here at the Bluesack Library in the Assembly Chambers. It should be a rather brief meeting. However, we do have subjects up before us is some safety concerns at the small boat harbor, and so there'll be some presenters here for that. Also, we anticipate pulling a couple of items for the Public Safety Committee meeting May 20th, and I'll get to those when we get to pulling the items from the agenda. Other than that, I'm saddened by the events going on in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm hoping we'll, with our community's resolve and our professionalism of our police, that we won't see the likes of that. So I'm hopeful that they can resolve some of the concerns they're having in Baltimore, and I'm hoping we don't have problems like that here. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Starr, sir.
No report.
Mr. Steele, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We did have an Enterprise Committee work session. Very interesting. It was on the report on the valuation of the refuge operations, and we'll have more, I guess, on that as we get through the process tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, sir. No report. Ms. Gray Jackson, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. The Budget Finance Committee met on April 16th, and as usual, the CFO provided a status report on the 2014 end-of-the-year budget, and we received updated information on that budget status, but those documents are included in our packets that we'll be working on this evening. And we also received a report from the chair of the Budget Advisory Commission. We also received a presentation from the property appraiser and the property appraiser supervisor on the sprinkler exemption. We were advised that this exemption was introduced in 1980 and it was enacted in 1981, and this was due to concern regarding safety when the building boom occurred. The exemption is 2% of the assessed property, and the assessed value of the total exemptions is approximately $35 million, which represents $500,000 in taxes that are shifted to other taxpayers. There are 825 properties that receive this exemption, and the committee was intrigued, and we're going to have a continued discussion on the sprinkler system exemptions, and we're going to also receive input from the fire department at our next meeting. And our next meeting is May 21st at noon to 1 in the mayor's conference room. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Flynn, sir. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
So do you have your list ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make some disclosures for you and the body as well as the public, if I may.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we have items 9 Delta 3, 9 Delta 5, 9 Delta 6, as well as 9 Charlie 4 on the agendas tonight, each dealing with appropriations or expenditures for the Anchorage Fire Department, dealing with software upgrades, a ladder truck, a tender, and Station 9 replacement, as well as an informational report, 9 Echo 2, regarding contracts awarded for the Anchorage Fire Department. Mr. Chairman, I make this disclosure. I don't believe I have any financial interest in the matter before the body, but my husband is an Anchorage firefighter and a member of Local 1264. I make the disclosure so you may rule on any potential conflicts I have.
Ma'am, it's a ruling of the chair. You do not have a conflict on any of those items.
Thank you.
As an employee, like lots of people are married to somebody that works for the city, it doesn't affect the budget, so you're fine.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you bringing those forward. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No report this evening.
Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
No report, thank you.
Okay. We're now done with the summary reports, committee reports. We're now down to addendum to the agenda. If I get a motion to incorporate the addendum, I'll go through it. Okay. This is going to take a while. We have lots of stuff tonight. 9A6, under resolutions for action, Resolution AR 2015-149, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 5th, 2015 as the Safe Digging Month and encourage all citizens to spread awareness about safe digging practices and to always call 811 before digging. Item 9A7, Resolution AR 2015-150, resolution honoring Rick Miller for more than 29 years of excellent public service in the municipality of Anchorage. Item 9A8, Resolution AR 2015-151, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Police Sergeant Mark Reen for 20 years of dedicated service to the municipality of Anchorage. Dropping down, we have item 9B5, resolution AR 2015-59S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding a new restaurant eating place liquor license number 5367 and restaurant designation permit for AK Alchemist, LLC, doing business as AK Alchemist, located at 103 East 4th Avenue, Anchorage, Alaska, and authorized the municipal clerk to take certain action. Dropping down to bid awards, we have item 9C2, a same memorandum AM 272-2015 recommendation for award to Earthwork Incorporating, doing business as Premier Earthwork for Eagle River 690 Pressure Zone Intertie Phase 1 Schedule A and D for the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility, AWW, ITB 015C024, $1,414,082.04 from the Purchasing Department. Another bid award, item C3, line C3, is same memorandum AM 273-2015 recommendation award to Manto. What, LB? Construction, Inc. for Anchorage Football Stadium public facility for the municipality of Anchorage Public Works Department, Maintenance Operations Division, Capital Projects, ITB 2015 C028, $882,931, Purchasing Department. Item 9C4, same memorandum, AM 280-2015 recreational award to Dokason Construction, LLC, for Fire Station 9 replacement for the municipality of Anchorage, Public Works Department, Maintenance and Operations Division, Capital Projects, ITB 2015 C022, $5,085,972 from the Purchasing Departments. Under new business, item 9D12, same memorandum, AM 274-2015 increase in change order authority for a construction contract for the Aspen Water Treatment Facility disinfection project with Roger Hickle Construction Incorporated, $130,000 from Anchorage Waste and Water Utility. Item 9D13 is same memorandum, AM 275-2015 sole source purchase of time staffing solutions from Kronos Inc. for the municipality of Anchorage, MOA, Municipal Light and Power, MLMP, in the amount of $61,089.95, the Purchasing Department. On the back side, item 9D14, the same memorandum, AM 276-2015 sole source bid award to Field Turf USA Incorporated for the purchase and installation of field turf Revolution FTRV-57 and FTHD-57 for the purpose of renovating the ball fields at Loretta French, and Oldberg Parks in the River Chugach Parks and Recreation Service Area, Parks and Recreation Department, $402,207 in the Purchasing Department. Item 9D15 is memorandum AM 277, 2015, sole source contract award to Parish Blessings and Associates, Inc. to perform a revenue requirement update, cost of service study, and price quote for the municipality of Anchorage, Port of Anchorage, Port, $375,779 in the Purchasing Department. Under F on the back, it's ordinances and resolutions for introduction. It would be 9F8, ordinance AO 2015-49, ordinance designating deteriorated areas of the 4th Avenue Theater, Reed Building, and adjacent real property located in the Downtown Business Improvement District, and the Northern Lights Inn and adjacent real property located in Midtown, setting the deteriorated area of the boundaries, and pursuant to Anchorage Municipal Code sections 12.35.025, providing landfill fee waivers or discounts in disposal of the Northern Lights Inn improvements, and providing that information filed under AMC subsection 12.35.010A6 relating to the aforementioned properties shall be deemed proprietary under AMC section 3.90.040G. From the Finance Department, public hearing requested on 5/12/2015. There's an memorandum along with it, AM 279-2015. Dropping down one, there's an item 9F9, resolution AR 2015-152, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage approving a master tax exempt lease purchase agreement loan and appropriating an amount not to exceed $21,600,000 of said loan proceeds to the Internal Service Fund 607 and the appropriation of these funds to the Capital Improvement Fund 608 for SAP implementation, Finance Department. Public hearing requested on 5/12/2015. There's a memorandum with it, same memorandum AM 281, 2015. Dropping down to continue public hearings, there's an item 13A2, ordinance AO 2015-25S, an ordinance dedicating certain municipal properties for permanent or long-term park or recreational purposes from Assembly Member Johnston. There's an AM with it, AM 144, 2015A. Dropping down further, there's item 13B on your addendum, 13B2, ordinance AO 2015-26S, an ordinance dedicating a portion of the West 1/2, W 1/2, SW 1/4, SW 1/4, Section 28, T12, and R3W SM for permanent or long-term park or recreational purposes from Assembly Johnston. There's an AM with it, AM 145, 2015A. Now, if I get a motion to include the addendum to the agenda? Ask unanimous? Seeing no objection? That's approved, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
I'm now going to go and lay it on the table items. We do have a few of those. These are laid on the table items. I'll need a motion to incorporate these two. I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Item 9A9, Resolution 2015-154, Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing citizens Terry Anderson, Brandy Harmon, and if I ruin your name, you're going to hate me for life, Quote Henry,
Coys.
Julio Pauline Bolino, Roger Sikorsky, Natalie Thompson for the Anchorage Police Department Partners in Public Safety Citizens Award for Valor. Item 9, under consent agenda, item 9A10, resolution number 2015-155, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and thanking William Bill Hixenbach for 30 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage. Under ordinances and resolutions for introduction, we have item 9F10, ordinance AO 2015-51, ordinance to restrict persons who use the services of the Anchorage Safety Center more than 3 times in a 12-month period from the purchase of alcohol from packaged liquor stores. Department of Law, public hearing request on that one is 5/26/15. There's an accompanying same memorandum, AM 283/2015. Item 9F11, resolution AR 2015-153, resolution naming the motorcycle training area located at Tudor Road the Three Angels Memorial Track. From the Department of Law, public hearing request is 5/26/2015. Under item 14A, under new public hearings, there's item 14A2, ordinance AO 2015-41S, an ordinance amending the total amount of the annual operating budget of the Anchorage School District for its fiscal year 2015-2016 and determining and appropriating the portion of the Assembly-approved budget amount to be made available from local sources. Anchorage School District. There's an AM with it, AM 158/2015. We also have, the item is item 9B6. It is AO 2015-156, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supplementing AR 2015-59 stating the Assembly's protest regarding a new restaurant eating place liquor license number 5367 and restaurant designation permit for AK Alchemist LLC doing business as AK Alchemist located at 103 East 4th Avenue, Anchorage, Alaska, and further providing for the Anchorage Assembly as a local governing body to complete its responsibilities under the state statute and regulations. Anything else? Okay. Ask unanimous consent on the addition of that item. Seems to be no objection.
Okay.
Now, if we get a motion on the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll now go down the list so we can pull those items for a little further discussion. Mr. Hall.
No items.
Mr. Honeman.
Not sure who's all pulling all, so I've got a few.
Well, you're at the end that's pulling it first, sir.
9 Alpha 1, 9 Alpha 4, 9,
Catch
I'm
up
sorry.
to you.
Okay.
9 Alpha 4.
And that's on the regular agenda. 9 Alpha 9 on the laid on the table agenda, as well as on the addendum 9 Bravo 5, 9 Delta 13.
Did you say 9 Delta 13?
That's correct. On the consent agenda, on the laid on the table.
Paul, let me catch up to you.
Sure.
Okay. What else, Paul?
On the laid on the table, 9 Foxtrot 10 and 9 Bravo 6.
9, did you say 9 Bravo 6?
That's correct. On the laid on the table.
So what's the point? It's 9F6. Mr. Starr, there's not much left on there.
No items.
That makes it a lot easier. Mr. Steele, sir.
No items.
Mr. Evans, sir.
No items.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
I don't think you do what they did.
No items, just kidding. Okay, 9 Apple 7. 9 Apple 6. I'm sorry, I missed 9 Apple 6. 9 Apple 6, 9 Apple 7. And that should do it. Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Flynn, sir. Ms. Dombowski, ma'am.
9 Alpha 3.
Is that all, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 9 Alpha 5 and 9 Alpha 10. Thank you.
It's a 10, 9 out of 10, I think. Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
9 Alpha 2.
Mr. Chairman, we'll need to pull 9 Alpha 8. Yeah, it's a presentation.
Okay, let's go through the list. On the regular agenda, we have pulled 9A1, 9A2, 9A3, 9A4, 9A5. Nothing else in the regular agenda. Moving through the addendum to the agenda, we've pulled 9A6, 9A7, 9A8, and 9, let's see, B5. We'll pull a Mr. Holman. And on the laid on the table items, we pulled 9A9, 9A10, and 9B6. Anything else? 9F10
Yes.
and 9F10. And what? You have 9D13? Okay. Nothing else? Please vote. That was approved by the body. Now we're going back to those items that are pulled for further discussion. The first one is 9A1, Resolution R 2015-145, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 8, 2015 as Police Memorial Day. Mr. Honeman.
Move to approve.
Ask unanimous. See no objection, that's done.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 8, 2015 as Police Memorial Day and an opportunity for remembering and honoring those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our community. Whereas, on Police Memorial Day, we pay tribute to the memory of fallen law enforcement officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our community and recognize those who currently serve enforcing our laws, bringing criminals to justice, and making our communities safer. And whereas all law enforcement officers deserve appreciation for the work they do, and citizens of the municipality of Anchorage fulfill an important civic responsibility supporting the work of law enforcement to protect our community. And whereas behind the name of each who died in the line of duty lies a story of courage and devotion to duty, as well as a deep sense of loss for the service, the country, and above all, for friends, family, and partners. And whereas we can never repay these gallant men and women for their service nor adequately comfort their families, we can only honor their memory, not only in words and ceremony, but in our determination to forge a stronger, safer community, which they helped purchase with their lives. And whereas the following Anchorage Police Department officers have given their lives in the line of duty: Chief John Sturgis, 1921. Chief Harry C. Kavanaugh, 1924. Officer Benjamin F. Strong, 1968. Officer William G. Falmer, Jr., 1970. Officer Jonathan P. Flora, 1975. Officer Harry Keir, 1980. Officer Harry B. Hansen, Jr., 1986. Officer Louis G. Mizell, 1989. Officer Dan R. Seeley, 1996. Officer Justin T. Woolham, 2001. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that the Anchorage Assembly remembers and honors all those who have died in the line of duty by recognizing May 8, 2015 as Police Memorial Day. That all residents are encouraged to honor and remember the fallen who gave their lives to protect this community and to remember their loved ones. That all people are urged to thank the men and women of law enforcement who serve our community and protect our citizens. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of April, 2015.
Chairman Trainee, members of the Assembly, members of the audience, thank you very much for the resolution. Thank you all for your support, both from the Assembly, the administration, and the public. We have many resolutions tonight, so I will be brief and let us move on. But thank you once again. Our department appreciates it. Law enforcement around the state appreciates it, and I hope we will see you at our festivities on the 8th. Thank you very much.
Mr. Holdeman has a comment for you, sir.
I know we have a lot of resolutions, so I'm going to speak this once. I think it's very fitting to do it now rather than at the end. And that is, unfortunately and sadly, I've worked with 4 of these men, not the first 4, but obviously on the last 4 in my career. It's a tough job here. But I just want to thank all those who will be recognizing in resolution for your service and your commitment to our community. Some give the ultimate sacrifice, and I take pause, especially given what's going on around our nation and around the world. So thanks again, Chief, and just please press our thank you to the men and women of the Anchorage Police Department.
I will do so. Thank you.
Chief, some of these people were our friends. We knew them, and really hate to have lost them. They gave everything they had to service the city. So just when you have the memorial, just take our best wishes to the family. Thank you, Chief. Next one is item 9A2, resolution 2015-108, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and thanking Cindy Clark for 30 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage. That was pulled by Ms. Johnston. Madam.
Move to approve.
Ask unanimous. See no objection. That's approved.
This resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and thanking Sandy Clark for over 30 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Sandy started her service for the municipality of Anchorage in December 1984 as a junior administrative officer at the Transit Department, now known as the Public Transportation Department. And whereas Sandy began her duties in marketing and share a ride promoting carpooling and vanpooling, and has since then become the all-knowing resident expert with the rideshare program. Whereas Sandy has played a key role in tracking, reporting, and overall success of these efforts since the fledgling van pool began, which has now grown to over 65 vans, saving commuters time and money. And whereas with care and passion, Sandy was actively involved in presenting and marketing the benefits of public transportation to private industry, nonprofits, students, parents, and other prospective riders at community events, forums, and trade shows. And whereas Sandy has been recognized as an outstanding employee and a People Mover and Shaker Award with the Public Transportation Department recognition programs for her expertise and willingness to attack programs with software and hardware over the generations of computer technologies that have cycled through the department. And whereas she has faithfully provided service to ensure safe, reliable, alternative public transportation choices that has served to benefit citizens from both the municipality of Anchorage and commuters from Matsu Borough. And whereas the wonderful relationships which she has built over the years with many businesses and agencies and been a large part of the success of marketing and share a ride efforts, because Sandy always has a kind word, delivers with a pleasant and calming disposition that makes everyone welcome. And whereas Public Transportation Department staff views her as a friendly, helpful, and a compassionate employee who could be can be depended on for accuracy, professionalism, and dedication. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipality Assembly recognizes the many contributions and honors Sandy Clark for over 30 years of outstanding dedicated service to the municipality and citizens of Anchorage, passionately approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 20th day of April 2015.
I'd like to say something very brief. When I first began my tenure with the municipality, my goal had always been 30 years. And it's been a good ride. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Next item is item 9A3, Resolution Year 2015-144, Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the National Association of Letter Carriers, NALC, 23rd Annual Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive on Saturday, May 9th, 2015. Ms. Dombrowski, pull that, man.
Yes, sir. Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous. Seeing no objection, that's approved. Ms. Dombrowski.
Is there someone here to receive? Yep. Wonderful. Who's presenting?
Madam Clerk, who's presenting that?
I have it.
Thank you.
I think
No, you're not.
Mr. Hall.
Mr. Hall, it may be in your desk, sir.
Wonderful.
I don't.
He has four, doesn't it?
We can pretend. We can give him a blank envelope. Go back to it. Okay, thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the National Association of Letter Carriers, NALC, 23rd Annual Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive on Saturday, May 9th, 2015. Whereas the NALC Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive is held annually on the second Saturday in May and is the largest one-day food drive in the nation, with local efforts in more than 10,000 cities and towns across America, including Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. Whereas last year, in 2014, Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive collected almost 73 million pounds of non-perishable food, raising the total weight of donations received over the history of the drive to more than 1.3 billion pounds since the drive began in 1992. Whereas Saturday, May 9th, 2015 will be the 23rd anniversary of the Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive and will help and with the help of numerous local postal employees and volunteers, letter carriers will again to collect and deliver non-perishable food donations to local Feeding American food banks. Whereas Feeding America provides hunger support to 37 million Americans every year by distributing 3 billion pounds of donated food and grocery products annually to local food banks, serving 1 in 8 Americans who rely on these organizations. Whereas donations to the Food Bank of Alaska generated by the Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive are critical to the operation of the Food Bank of Alaska and its partner agencies who provide food annually for an estimated 74,000 people statewide, and in Anchorage, 41,200 people, with 35% of the people in those households being children under the age of 18. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supports the 23rd, we have a typo, 23rd Annual National Association of Letter Carriers Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive on May 29, 2015, and applauds the cumulative success of the annual food drive on its 23rd anniversary. Residents of Anchorage are encouraged to join the community effort through their donations of non-perishable food left at mailboxes and the U.S. post offices, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of April 2015.
Great, thank you. My name is Jim Raymond. I'm the local branch president for the National Association of Letter Carriers. And this is, again, our 23rd year, and our branch has been active each and every year providing food to the food bank. This is a time of year when, if you see the shelves at the Food Bank of Alaska, this is when they're really, really depleted. And our food drive fills them up for the summer to help the kids when they're out of school. And so we ask folks around the city of Anchorage, and our food drive covers all the way from Palmer all the way down to Homer. If you've got a post office box, you can bring food into the post office. We have baskets in there that we're collecting. But you'll see letter carriers going above and beyond on that Saturday, picking up food out on the street, bringing it back to the station, sorting after hours, and then providing that to different agencies throughout the city. So I want to thank you for this proclamation, and hopefully we'll collect more than we did last year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your service to the city.
All right, thank you.
There are no questions. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Next item in front of us is item 9A4, Resolution Air 2015-146, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking Engineer Larry Gardner for his 41 years of public service with the Anchorage Fire Department. Need a motion on that?
Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous. Seeing no objection, item is approved. Who is reading?
I am reading, sir.
Jackson's going down there to present.
Anchorage Resolution number, go ahead. Gets a round of applause approaching the lectern. That's good. Anchorage Resolution number 2015-146, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking Engineer Larry Garner for his 41 years of public service with the Anchorage Fire Department and dedication to our community. Whereas Larry Garner was hired as a firefighter with the Anchorage Fire Department on April 16, 1974. And whereas on February 2, 1977, he was promoted to his most recent held position of fire apparatus engineer, currently stationed at Downtown Fire Station Number 1. And whereas throughout his 40 years of service, Larry has shown levels of achievement only few can dream about, including his meritorious acts reflected by countless unit citations awarded to him over the years. And whereas one example is the notable Clay Products fire of 1996, when he was recognized for going beyond the call of duty while performing a rescue during the fire operation. And whereas Larry has also been recognized for his vision and dedication to the fire department's ladder testing program during his tenure at Spenard's Fire Station Number 5. And whereas as an active participant in the International Association of Firefighters, IAFF, Larry Garner has always shown dedication and drive to his local union, whether he is supporting political agendas or supporting charitable organizations. And whereas, as a young man, he had aspirations of becoming a dentist before the passion of becoming a firefighter had taken hold. And after years of dentistry schooling, Larry began to feel a strong desire to better serve his community. And with the approval from his wife, Sue, he applied and was hired by the Anchorage Fire Department within their first year of marriage. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes, honors, and thanks Larry Garner for his 41 years of service with the Anchorage Fire Department and his dedication to public service. Passed and approved by this Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of April 2015.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you LMFG.
Well, I don't know what to say. This is quite an honor. Everybody behind me here, it's, I don't know. But Mr. Hall, remember? I used to work for you, yeah? Back in about 72. But anyway, yeah, it's been a great job, and you can see the kind of people I work with. That's why I'm here for 40 years. And I misspoke. It's not a job. It's just a pleasure to come to work every day, and that's why I'm still here again. So anyway, thank you very much for the honor, and thanks for everybody showing up. And anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Now we have 9A5, Resolution Air 2015-147, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking Engineer Marvin Nieper for his 40 years of public service with the Anchorage Fire Department. That was pulled by Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Need a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
For a second. That's unanimous. See no objection. That item is approved. Mr. Peterson, are you reading this one?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking engineer Marvin Nieper for his 40 years of public service with the Anchorage Fire Department and dedication to our community. Whereas Marvin Nieper was hired as a firefighter with the Anchorage Fire Department on February 10th, 1975, and whereas Marvin Nieper is one of 3 individuals to ever pass 40 years of service with the Anchorage Fire Department, and whereas he was recognized by his peers as the Engineer of the Year in 2007, and whereas Marvin has been an active member of IAFF Local 1264 since his hiring, and whereas Marvin has worked on some of the busiest fire apparatus in Anchorage throughout his career, and whereas it is speculated that no individual in the history of the Anchorage Fire Department has responded to more calls in a career than Marvin Nieper, and whereas he received over 3 unit citations for service above and beyond the call of duty, now therefore the Anchorage Assembly recognizes, honors, and thanks Marvin Nieper for 40 years of service with the Anchorage Fire Department and dedication to public service. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of April, 2015.
Yeah, it is quite an honor. I'd almost come to work every day for free because I enjoy my job so much. I wish I was just starting out my career. It's kind of sad that this is coming close to the end, but I've enjoyed almost every day that I came to work to help the citizens of Anchorage. Thank you.
We have questions for you. Mr. Bowski, ma'am.
Thank you. Hi, Marv. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You know, I didn't say this when Larry was up. I thought I'd save them both for the end. But being around the department for the last 15 years, a few people come to mind that when people talk, and firemen like to talk about each other, when they talk, they don't talk. There's few people that come to mind that are as highly respected as both you and Larry. And it's a major accomplishment to provide the service that you provide to our community for the last 40 years. It is impressive. It is awe-inspiring. And I hope some of us take that public service in whatever part of life it is. And you're an inspiration. And thank you for all those years of service. And I'm trying really hard, but I can't help myself. You know, you have actually served on the Anchorage Fire Department, and so has Larry, wherever he went, longer than some of us may have been alive. Congratulations. And thank you so much for what you've done for our community. And will continue to do, I'm sure.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thanks for being here. Next item in front of us is on the addendum to the agenda. It's item 9A6, Resolution Year 2015-149, the resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 2015 as Safe Digging Month and encouraging all citizens to spread awareness about safe digging practices and to always call 811 before digging.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous. Seeing no objection, that item is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Whereas each year Alaska's underground utility infrastructure is jeopardized by unintentional damage, and whereas undesired consequences such as service interruption, damage to the environment, and potential personal injury can occur, and whereas 811 was designated as the national call before you dig number in 2005 and is an active, free service throughout Alaska that dispatches utilities to locate lines at the subject property, and whereas placing a call to 811 2 days before digging respecting the marked lines and digging with care around the marked areas greatly reduces the risk of hitting utility lines. And whereas April is nationally recognized as Safe Digging Month and serves to promote public awareness about the importance of calling 811 and digging safely. And whereas the rate at which Alaskans hit utility lines is 3 times greater than the national average. Thus, local and statewide efforts are necessary to increase awareness of 811 and the safe digging, to prevent damage to the underground utility infrastructure, and to ensure public safety. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly hereby recognizes April 2015 as Safe Digging Month in the municipality of Anchorage and encourages all citizens to spread awareness about safe digging practices and to always call 811 before digging. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of April 2015.
Congratulations and thanks.
Just really quickly, I don't want to take up your time, but I do want to thank the Assembly for recognizing the importance of safe digging, calling 811, locating lines that create safe digging. And when we dig safely, we protect our families and our neighborhoods and ensure continued service and reduce cost. It's the law. It's a free service. And damaging lines, requires public resources and is a public safety issue. And so thank you for supporting us in this effort.
Thank you. There are no questions, ma'am. Next item is 9A7, Resolution Air 2015-150, resolution honoring Rick Miller for his more than 29 years of excellent public service in the municipality of Anchorage. Need a motion on that?
Move to approve.
Ask unanimous. Should no objection, item is approved.
A resolution honoring Rick Miller for more than 29 years of excellent public service in the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Rick Miller began serving the municipality in 1984 as a senior staff accountant for ATU Telecommunications, and whereas in 1985 he was promoted to general and revenue accounting supervisor, where he directed and implemented the conversion of the Federal Communications Commission Part 32 Uniform System of Accounts from the existing Part 31 account. He was also responsible for the development, preparation, and recording of ATU's cost allocation manual and its filing and defense in front of the Alaska Public Utility Commission and the FCC. And whereas he was promoted to controller in 1991, where during this time ATU's financial condition improved enough to resume paying dividends and gross receipts tax to the municipality, and where he managed the due diligence process for one of the largest privatization projects in Alaska. And whereas, under his direction as a controller for the municipality from 2000 to 2003, GASB 34 was successfully implemented, representing the most significant change in governmental accounting. And whereas in 2003, Rick became the Assistant General Manager and Chief Financial Officer for Municipal Light and Power. There, he helped improve the financial condition of the electric utility to allow it to resume paying dividends and gross receipts tax to the municipality in 2006. And whereas during his time at ML&P, he served on the board of the Alaska Government Finance Officers Association. And whereas Rick also serves our community through his volunteer work with nonprofits, including being a member of the Alaskan AIDS Assistance Association 4AIDS board since 1996 and on the board of the Abused Women's Aid and Crisis Organization since 2004. And whereas after more than 29 years serving the municipality of Anchorage, Rick Miller is retiring on April 30th, 2015. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Rick Miller for his professional excellence, dedication, and many years of public service, positively contributing to his co-workers and the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of April 2015.
Thank you.
Rick asked me to say a word or two, and he gave me a script. But in the interest of brevity, following Chief View, I'm going to say a word or two. Rick was the first face I saw when I interviewed here at MOA, and we're still friends in spite of all of that. Rick is unique among many people because he can still add 2 and 2 and come up with 4 very often. We appreciate that in our finance department. He's an icon, he's going to be missed, and he's my friend.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for the resolution. I greatly appreciate that, and I've enjoyed my 29 years of service both in utilities and general government, and I've also enjoyed coming to these meetings tonight and getting to deal with questions that the Assembly might have. Thank you so much.
We have a question for you. Ms. Johnston, ma'am?
Well, Rick, I'll miss sparring with you. But it's been fun, and I hope to see you in the neighborhood out enjoying your yard.
You bet. You'll see me out in the yard a lot more.
Great. Thank you.
Ms. Dembowski has a question for you, a comment.
Oh, I just have a comment. Rick, I have only had the opportunity to know you for a couple years now, but I love your no-nonsense, straightforward, kind of give it to you message. I will miss it. I hope that whoever's replacing you has a little bit of that, because I think it really does make the discussions more efficient. Thank you.
Mr. Steele has a comment. Mr. Steele.
Yeah, Rick, I too haven't had the pleasure for very long, but you make your presence felt, and you've done a heck of a job in breaking Mr. Dembowski and myself in, I think, over the last couple of years. And so I really appreciate it. You're going to be missed, and I too hope your replacement is going to provide the same level of expertise that you do.
He will. And thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rick, I've had the pleasure of knowing you for the entire 29 years, and it's been really, really a pleasure working with you when you were at ATU and I was staff to the Assembly. And your expertise will never be forgotten and will be greatly missed. Thank you, Rick. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, and hopefully tomorrow at MLP at 12 o'clock we have a retirement luncheon in the garage behind the customer service warehouse. So hopefully, our customer service building. So hopefully all of you can attend. I'd like to see you down there.
You'd be surprised how many are going to be there.
Wonderful.
Thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
Next item is 9A8, Resolution Air 2015-151, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Police Sergeant Mark Green for 20 years of dedicated service to the municipality of Anchorage. That was pulled. Okay. Ask unanimous. See no objection. Item is approved.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Police Sergeant Mark Rain for 20 years of dedicated service to the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Sergeant Mark Rain joined the Anchorage Police Department after service with the United States Marine Corps from 1990 to 1992, including Operation Desert Storm in 1991. And whereas Sergeant Rain served as a patrol and field training officer as well as detective in the burglary and vice unit since 1995. And whereas during 2004, Officer Rain received a life-saving award on May 4th and a Medal of Valor award on December 6th. And 2 years later, on November 6, 2002, he received another life-saving award. And whereas Sergeant Rain attended the University of Alaska Fairbanks and Wayland Baptist University, earning a bachelor's degree in 2005. And whereas since he was promoted to sergeant in 2009, he has supervised a special victims unit, drug enforcement unit, as well as a community action policing CAP team. And whereas in August 2012, Sergeant Mark Ryan received Anchorage Police Chief News letter of recognition for his incredible results from a homicide investigation. And whereas Sergeant Rain was the leader of the CAP team, which won the 2014 Unit of the Year award, it was his excellent problem-solving, supervisory, and investigative skills which led the team to numerous solutions of very critical public safety issues. Now and therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Sergeant Mark Rain is recognized, honored, and thanked for his 20 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of April 2015.
is Ethan Ryan. My father is sorry he couldn't be here today. He's on a boat to Washington. He would like to thank the people of Anchorage and the police department for the honor of serving. The police service is a wonderful career, and he would like to wish the new generation of officers good luck and success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. I may have missed one. Mr. Honeman.
I just wanted to say, would you pass along to your dad my congratulations and thanks. We used to work with him for a little bit, and I appreciated all his efforts. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. There are no other questions or comments.
Thank you very much. You know, I know your grandfather as well as your dad. I worked with Dave at the school district for years. Say hi to him for me. I will. Thank you very much. All right.
Next item in front of us is 9A9, Resolution Air 2015-154, Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing citizens Terry Anderson, Brandy Harmon, Turquoise Henry, Julio Polino, Roger Skorsky, and Nadine Thompson for the Anchorage Police Department Partners in Public Safety Citizens of the Citizens Award for Valor.
Move to approve.
Ask unanimous. See no objection, those items are approved.
Whereas on May 25th, 2014, at about 6:41 p.m., an accident occurred on the Glen Highway near the Eklutna Overpass, in which a vehicle rolled multiple times, entrapping one and causing serious injuries to several vehicle occupants while closing down the highway. And whereas several citizens stopped to render assistance, which proved critical in providing medical attention to those who were injured, and whereas Terry Anderson assisted in removing victims from the unstable vehicle and rendering aid to those who were injured, and whereas Brandy Harmon stayed with the young male passenger who was only slightly injured but still in shock while the adult's injuries were addressed, and whereas Turquoise Henry stopped and helped the Chugiak volunteer firefighters remove a passenger suffering from multiple injuries to his legs from the vehicle, and whereas Julio Paulino assisted in removing victims from the unstable vehicle and rendered aid to those who were injured, and whereas Roger Sikorsky also stopped to render aid, helping to remove patients from the unstable vehicle, and whereas off-duty nurse Nadine Thompson assisted in stabilizing the driver who was trapped in the vehicle while medics attended to a second, more injured party, and whereas each of these citizens exposed themselves to an unstable vehicle, biohazards, and passing traffic until the highway was closed, placing the needs of others ahead of their own and providing vital assistance to the incident's first responders. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly hereby recognizes and applauds Terry Anderson, Brandy Harmon, Turquoise Henry, Julio Paulino, Roger Sikorsky, and Nadine Thompson with the Anchorage Police Department Partners in Public Safety Citizens Award for Valor, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of April 2015.
The police department also has awards for them tonight. They're receiving an appreciation plaque and a letter of recognition from the Employee Conduct Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Chairman?
Sir.
We have two, I think, that couldn't make it tonight, so if we could just have each of them identify themselves. We have two for their colleagues that couldn't make it tonight. Two resolutions.
Thank you, sir.
I think it's really important to note that here, unlike some other towns, the public and the police department are working together on things. And so I think these are really, really good opportunities we have, and I thank you for your support. And I thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for what you did. Could you guys come back and just give us your name for the record that you're here, please? The clerk wants it on the record.
Ma'am.
Ma'am? Could you come back here for a minute? The clerk would like to give your name for the record, if you would, please. Yes.
Turquoise Henry.
All of you.
Randy Harmon.
Hi, Nadine Thompson.
Roger Sikorsky.
Just want to thank you guys on behalf of the citizens for what you did. In this day and age, people are causing problems across this country right now, and you guys did the exact opposite of that. You stopped and helped somebody out that was in danger, so we really appreciate it. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item in front of us is item 9A10, Resolution AR 2015-155, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and thanking William Bill Hexenbaugh for his 30 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska.
Move to approve.
Ask unanimous consent. See no objection, that item is approved. Peter, you're reading?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring and thanking William Bill Hexenbaugh for over 30 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Bill Hexenbaugh started his service with the municipality of Anchorage in 1978 as a seasonal recreational specialist with the Russian Jack Golf Course, Russian Jack Ski Hill, and Centennial Campground for the Parks and Recreation Department. And whereas Bill later held other permanent positions such as lead camper park attendant, assistant manager at the Mountain View Recreation Center, and also a recreation specialist with the Therapeutic Recreation. And whereas on July 1st, 1991, Bill was promoted to customer service representative with Solid Waste Services. And whereas in 1984, Bill moved to the collection department and began his career on the back of a truck, later promoting his way up through collection positions, and he is now the operations supervisor. And whereas in 2002, Bill was recognized and nominated as the Solid Waste Services Department Employee of the Year after preventing a major equipment loss to the department when the load within his truck caught on fire. It was due to Bill's quick thinking and fast response that the truck only suffered minor damage and did not have to be replaced. And whereas Bill has built many special and lasting relationships with patrons, customers, co-workers during his years of service with the municipality of Anchorage, and the Solid Waste Services Department appreciates the image that Bill has helped us project within the community. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes Bill Hexenbaugh for his over 30 years of outstanding dedicated service to the municipality and the citizens of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 28th day of April, 2015.
Thank you so much. I'd just like to say that I've always been proud to be a municipal employee since the beginning, but once I got to solid waste, I knew that's where my whole career was going to end up at, because it was a great place to work. I got a bunch of great people I work with, guys that work for me, and I'm sure given the opportunity, they'll be sitting in front of you getting these things themselves if they're allowed to spend the time. I thank you.
Mr. Honeman has something. Mr. Honeman?
I'm not real good at math. I need Rick Miller's help probably, but as I did the math here, I'm looking at, as we're leaving or watching people that served well over 100, probably 150, 160 years collectively to our municipal workforce. It's a lot of institutional knowledge, so I want to thank you for your time that you've committed to our community, and it may have seemed insignificant at the time, but it makes a bigger team for everybody to keep these machines, as we know, as our municipal government going. So thanks again. Good luck in your retirement.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Steele has a comment, sir. Mr. Steele?
Yeah, I want to thank you. I know that there's some trying times at the moment, and I appreciate all you have done, and I hope you're not leaving because of that. But
No, I'm old. It's time to sit down.
Thank you, sir.
I stand corrected, sir. It's 192 years collective.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next item in front of us is item 9B5. That's Resolution Air 2015-59S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding new restaurant/eating place liquor license, number 5367. That was pulled by you, Mr. Holman.
Move to postpone item 9B5 on the addendum and 9B6 on the late on the table. They're both connected, related. I'd like to move both if I could. Postpone till the meeting of the 26th of May.
The clerk has
I'll do one at a time. Okay, very good. I move 9B5 till meeting of postponed to meeting of May 26th.
May what?
May 26th.
Okay. Is there any objection? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, so ordered by the body. Next item in front of us.
It's
9B6.
And also move to postpone, Mr. Chairman, to the meeting of May 26th. And just briefly,
It's a resolution for the same business. May 26th.
yes, just briefly to explain to my colleagues, and I apologize for late on the table 9B6, but this is a kind of a unique setting for a beer and wine license. Talked to Mr. Flynn in his district. It's a Connex box. There's some issues with the ordinance, and I believe we'll be seeing something from the planning department here in the by the meeting of the 12th, I believe, introduced. So it'll clarify this. I'd like to move these items to the Public Safety Committee on May 20th.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir?
I'd move to substitute the motion to actually pass this tonight. And this gets into the complications we deal with.
Go ahead.
We currently have an application for the ABC Board. This body has to state its intent time certain. So we need to pass this one tonight, and it makes reference to Mr. Honeman's previous motion to take 9 Bravo 5 to the Public Safety Committee to consider the issues here. And if anyone wants me to expound on what the issues are that we're dealing with, I'm happy to do that.
Mr. Holman, why don't you
I'll
restate
restate
your
them.
previous one?
I'll take on 9B6. I'd like to move to approve.
Who would?
Mr. Flynn filed a motion.
Mr. Holman?
Yes.
Would you second his?
Okay, I'll second Mr. Flynn.
9B6. Ask unanimous. That's approved by the body. Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, and
It's one of those circular arguments we get into.
right. And Mr. Chairman, just for reference of the body, this is going to be a tricky one. This is I guess we'll call it a mobile food cart, for want of a better term. It's a Connex, but and they're asking for a beer and wine license, and we've never done that before.
No.
And each of you have coffee carts in your districts.
So what you're telling us is,
This
what
has
we do to
implications
you, we might end
far
up with.
beyond one corner of downtown Anchorage. So pay attention, because this one could be tricky and have
Could be in
impacts
your neighborhood soon.
throughout the municipality. So that's all.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question
Mr.
about
Stark,
process. Mr. Flynn, perhaps you can remind me, I thought we approved 2015-59 previously, or did we not?
We did, sir, and if you read the text of 2015-156, this is essentially an addendum to it, and it's supplementing what we previously approved.
So the approval was a protest.
I guess I just find it, you would think we would have rescinded previous assembly actions, started over, but I hate to say that. What has the ABC board gotten from us already?
I believe, Ms. Hines can opine, but I believe they did receive 2015-59 already.
That's correct. They did receive 59, and we preferred to not rescind 59 so that we didn't have two resolutions pointing to the same situation.
The late on the table item was just that. It was just put in front of us. Is the planning department with Mr. Weaver taking the helm on this so we can expedite their summary? Because this is a legitimate business trying to do business, so we need to send a clear message, I would hope, that we're not going to spend 6 weeks figuring out if we can accommodate it or not.
I understand, and
Well, I know you understand, but does the planning department, you're giving them orders to do something.
they are in the loop on this.
How long will it be?
I don't know.
I believe that they're having something introduced on the 12th, meeting of the 12th. I'm sorry. Yes, the 12th.
Thank you.
Next one.
Okay. 9013.
9013. Next item in front of us is a new business on addendum to the agenda. It's item 9D13, the memorandum AM 275, 2015, sole source purchase of time stamping solutions from Kronos. That was pulled by you, Mr. Honeman.
I'm sorry, say again? We're having side comment.
Mr. Honeman, you pulled 9D13, it's memorandum AM 275, 2015, sole source purchase of time stamping solutions from Kronos, Inc. Normally, we'd ask you for a motion to approve, but if you don't want to do it, I'll ask anybody else in the assembly if they would like
Move
to.
to approve.
Do we have a second? Mr. Starr seconded it. So we've got a motion to approve it in a second. On this item, Mr. Honeman.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I was trying to catch up here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I pulled this to move to postpone indefinitely. As we had in the SAP work session, and I'm not sure how the administration feels at the moment. I know it was represented by our CFO that may or may not be dogmatic on this. We've got a lot of money ahead of us, as we all know, in trying to make SAP work. This is just a little side note piece. I know that doesn't amount to a large dollar amount at the moment, but this is really unnecessary. I think this was more of a management philosophical belief, and I don't think that in this day and age with all the funding, I'm not real sure that we need to bring this to the fore. So.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I have a question for the administration. If my memory serves me right, this issue was addressed in the SAP Q&A. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnston, this is an issue of furthering the time-punching effort that the municipality started many years ago with general government to have all municipal employees and utility employees clock in and clock out.
So this wasn't in the Q&A as far as that it was suggested to us that we have the same timekeeping throughout the municipality and have the same, in other words, yes. I mean, was...
Yes, through the chair, the SAP QA recommended that we take the 5 time collection systems that we have and bring them to 1. And this appropriation, or this project is also one that furthers the time collection effort by having all of MLMP employees clock in and clock out.
So it's furthering what they were suggesting is having the same system throughout the municipality. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start out with thanking the mayor for bringing time stamping forward several years ago with general government. But with that said, I think it's really unfortunate that that effort took us back in time. I was a municipal employee for 26 years, and I never had a clock in. And I'm grateful that I didn't have to, because I was an adult, a grown-up, and I had a good manager who paid attention to my whereabouts so that I didn't do anything that I wasn't supposed to do. This is a policy of this administration. It really has nothing to do with whether or not SAP is going to work or not. As a matter of fact, I personally think that it is hindering the implementation of SAP. I also think that we are so close to a new administration coming on that we should not make this policy and move it forward to MLMP at this time, although I don't think we should do it at all. Frankly, I think we should get rid of time stamping through general government, and maybe that'll happen. But in the meantime, MLMP's Kronos implementation is working really, really well without this time stamping model. There's absolutely no benefit to the ratepayers by making this contract award in an amount of $61,000. I know for a fact that not only MLMP, but general government employees, the morale is really negatively affected when they have to start clocking in, and it's just really sad. We have a workforce of dedicated and loyal employees. They want to do their job, and they don't want to feel like they're not being trusted, and that's how they feel right now because they have to clock in. Requiring employees to clock in, it just sends out the wrong message that they're not trusted and they're not valued by their employer, also known as the Municipality of Anchorage. I encourage my colleagues to not pass this evening. We have enough problems with SAP. It was supposed to be implemented a long, long time ago, and I'm not saying that the time stamping is the reason why it isn't implemented, but it's a big piece. Kronos has to work with SAP, and there are issues right now. And for us to go further and approve this, I think it's just going to expand on the issues that we're having right now. I mean, I can go on and on and on and talk about the fire department's issue with Kronos, and I'm sure a lot of it had to do with time stamping. But again, I'm just going to simply say, folks, we don't need to be doing this. We need to trust our employees and let them do their jobs and hire good managers to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Starr.
I don't find it out of the norm. A lot of businesses require their hourly employees and their field technicians to clock in through some form or another. In this particular case, I think documenting the timestamp, it sort of closes the technological loop. Somehow or another, you have to report on duty and you have to report going off duty. This does that. I find other benefits perhaps in job costing. We do an outsourced service to a lot of vendors and suppliers. I don't think, again, with the supervisory staff and the managers, the executives being exempted from that, I don't necessarily know that it's out of norm from what businesses do for accountability. So in terms of it being a slam or we don't trust them, I think it's an accounting process that is just normal. There's racks and racks of time cards all over this city through private industries, and that's basically how it works. I'm not uncomfortable approving that. We've made the pledge to have that accountability, and that's, I believe, the way it comes back full circle is that you clock in and you clock out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Starr, I want to thank you for your comments, but I beg to differ with you because it's not normal. It just simply isn't normal. As a matter of fact, Mr. Trainee and I had the honor, I'll say, of speaking to...
Were your comments directed at me? I didn't hear what you started
My
with.
comments is directed to everybody in the audience, Mr. Starr.
Okay, I thought we were debating.
No, we're not debating.
Okay.
I thank you for your comments, and I'm making a statement.
I see.
Okay? And the statement, as I continue, is Mr. Train and I had the opportunity to talk to the CFO in the city of San Diego, where there is 1.3 million people that live there, 10,500 employees, and we talked a little bit about their issues with SAP, and we're going to talk a little bit further at our next work session on SAP. But one of the things we asked her was, her name is Mary Lewis, we asked her if their organizations were using the time stamping, and she said, what? I said, yeah, are you using time stamps? She said, no, that's demoralizing. And that was her response, and I agree with her. It is. And I'm hopeful that my colleagues this evening will realize that we don't need to take this time stamping issue any further. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Please vote yes to approve and no.
I'm Beth Nordland, Executive Director of the Anchorage Park Foundation. Hello, everyone. Good evening. And I'm honored to highlight our public-private partnership investments in parks and trails once again. We are, as the top of your map for the 2015 construction projects show, we are your public-private partnership in action. That's our Municipal Parks and Recreation Department and the Anchorage Park Foundation staff and board. We have 22 park projects that we're working on this summer, and hopefully in all of your districts, you'll get a little taste of great community involvement, public dollars, private dollars, volunteer resources, all combined. And as I say on the front page of your very well-constructed Assembly memo, APF's ability to engage the community in meaningful ways, inspire non-traditional partnerships, stretch a dollar, attract grants, and introduce new donors to projects produces park and trail results. If you want to take a look at the map, you'll see that we have 5 playgrounds to be built this summer. We have multiple youth employment and parks projects. Most of our neighborhood park fix-its are also playground projects. There is a date for let me describe what a fix-it is. We plan a fix-it when the neighborhood around a park has identified volunteer projects that need to be done, and we combine resources. Maybe we're putting in a playground and we have contractors put the playground in, but then volunteers will do something substantial like put in a patio or do a major planting. So we have a lot of volunteer work planned this summer, and on the second page of your memo, there's a date for each of the fix-its in your neighborhood. So Susan Nightingale McKay Park, June 27th in Government Hill, they are going to have a Mastodon playground installed, and it's going to be quite stunning. At Balto Sepulveda Park on July the 11th, we're putting in an Iditarod Trail looking trail near that new playground, which is an accessible play surface as well, inclusive play. We have a project at Jewel Lake Park coming up that the neighbors have organized. We have a large project at Pop Car Park next to that elementary school. It's going to be accessible, partly accessible there in the Pop Car Park neighborhood. David Green Park has a project August the 22nd. It will be fully accessible, and it will feature a walrus and a climbing apparatus. And then we also have a project in Moen Park, which is a small neighborhood park in the very south of Anchorage. And the neighbors have been working very hard to raise the funds for that project. So we encourage you to get to the neighborhood park fix-its. I will try to give you ample opportunity to inspire your constituents, but also get an opportunity to roll up your sleeves and get a project done with your own neighbors. These are very fun, and we provide food, T-shirts. We awarded 16 challenge grants this season, and we'll be announcing those on May the 8th, Friday, May the 8th at noon at Town Square Park. Many of your constituents will be there, and I will send you a press release to that nature. You'll get an idea of which of your constituents received a grant. A lot of those projects will be built in the next year, so not this summer. But 9 of the projects are for trails, so we're very excited about the challenge grants coming up. Youth Employment in Parks is starting its 9th season this June. A lot of really exciting work that they have on their plate, including I know you've all been to Kincaid Beach, and you get down the trail by holding on to the trees and scooting down. And the Youth Employment and Park teens will be creating a sustainable trail that can be used by the whole city. Very exciting, access to the beach. Another thing we're working on with the Anchorage Park Foundation is the Live, Work, Play movement with Anchorage Economic Development Corporation. There are 145 partner agencies that are working together to make Anchorage the best place to live, work, and play by 2025. But one of the things that we're doing is a trails initiative. We're building community around trails. So we're working on facilities, connections, promotion, health, safety, and schools on trails. And of course, one of the projects that we were working on was supporting the bond. We need to take care of the infrastructure that we have, and that was very important to our group. But we're proud to be working with the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, and we look forward to any of your involvement at any level, because trails do make Anchorage a great place to live, work, and play. We also have an important event coming up for Anchorage on Saturday, June the 13th, is Park Founders Day. We're celebrating our 10th year in Anchorage. We're celebrating all the past contributions that have been made to the Parks and Trails system, all the ones that have happened in the last 10 years with the Park Foundation since we were created 10 years ago, and then all the community engagement that is to come, because it is with community engagement that we have a meaningful park system to this community. Yes.
We have some questions for you.
Okay. Yes, questions. I'll take them.
Mr. Honeman.
Yes, and first a comment, and that is thank you so much for all the energy and the efforts that you've put through. I know it's not just you. Obviously, it's a huge team. And I want to thank Mr. Rada and the Parks Department. I know, and if you wouldn't mind, I may have a question for both you and Ms. Nordland, because I know that with a lot of the projects we were able to get some state funding from appropriations and such, and I know that's not coming this year, and it's likely not to come in the next couple of years. So I guess I need to ask both of you, how are we set going forward? I realize Rasmussen and several other private donors, I see all the number of dollars that have come in since inception of the Parks Foundation, which is good, but how are we looking going forward? I'm a little concerned.
We are fully funded for projects in 2015. We have multiple projects funded in 2016, but not getting anything in the capital budget this year will mean that we don't have those neighborhood sources of revenues from individual legislators that are designating for those neighborhood park improvements. So we'll be looking for neighborhood park improvements from different sources of funding. In the last couple of years, we've been eligible for land and water conservation funding, and there are other federal grants that we're going to look at. There are other private foundation grants that we're looking at, and that's one of the things that I want to try to do in engaging with the Trails Initiative and corporate sponsors is to, want to hear my new word? It's called neighborhoodizing the trails, trying to engage people around the trails near their homes and their schools. So there's, as certain doors close, others open. And we need to go opening doors now for 2016 projects.
And if I might, Mr. Chair, Mr. Rada, thanks. Would you please extend our appreciation to the Parks and Rec staff that are out there? I've been on several of the projects in East Anchorage, and I'm a little concerned. I don't know when Dave Rose Park is going to be on. I don't see it on the date, but.
Oh, yeah.
It's on
this
there.
Summer, but it's not a fix-it.
I got it.
It's going to be a fully accessible park project.
Yeah, that's the full park project. Maybe share a little bit about, from Beth's comments as well, through the chair, Mr. Honeman. Because of the nature, and we all know the situation coming out of Juneau, and we've been, the beneficiaries of a lot of assistance over the last few years, but it doesn't mean that we stop doing what we're doing. I mean, the fact of the matter is you just have to retool a little bit, you have to rethink a little bit, and you have to focus in other areas, and you knock on other doors as other doors maybe have closed temporarily. So we're prepared, along with the Park Foundation, just as we've done in the past, to continue to look at exploring whatever works, particularly for neighborhoods. Every neighborhood is different. Every neighborhood's got a different set of resources. Some it's human resources. You know, sometimes there's money involved with it, but, you know, the fact of the matter is we're not going to stop doing what we're doing.
Good.
That's really the message at this point. Do we have to do it differently? Yes, but it's no different than what we've been doing in leaner times before. We'll just do it again.
I've got more questions for you. Ms. Johnston.
I'm glad you brought up the 10th anniversary, and I hope in one of these projects or on the 10th anniversary that we will somehow honor some of the founders of this foundation, mainly Jeff Clark and Vic Malazzi. I really would like you to find something that we can be part of to show them how much we appreciated their early efforts. Thank you.
Mr. Steele has a question. Mr. Steele.
Yeah, to both of you. I know you could not do it with the budget that Parks has and all the parks and trails and improvements that we have. Beth, I want to thank you and your organization for the energy, the creativity, and the hard work that you've done. It's amazing. Our parks and trails are a gem. And I know there's some creativity in my neighborhood in terms of the educational part, and I just appreciate that we're looking to under all couches and rugs and cushions, trying to find what we need to do it. Thank you both very much.
Ma'am, one thing in my area, we've got Campbell Creek Park. Right next to it, we have an old fire station that they were trying to get rid of the property and found it is park status. It's got a fence around it, an old building. We need to take a serious look at that piece of property because that'll give us access on both sides of Campbell Creek. And every summertime when you go there, the park is just jammed. We need
It's boarded up. That current fire station is boarded?
Boarded up. Ask the man there. Boarded up and shut down because of any liability the city has. But that is park land, about 3 acres.
Yeah, close.
Close to it. And that'll be a wonderful way for people to get into Campbell Creek. So if you'd help us with that, I've got neighbors that are more than willing to go over there and go to work.
So it's not.
Mr. Chairman, I'm having trouble logging in, but I wanted to make a comment too.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it log in.
No, I can't log in. I've got problems. So I wanted to just extend my thanks to Beth and the Parks Foundation and the partnership with our Park and Rec Department. And over the last 6 years, as I'm in my final couple months, it really has been a tremendous partnership. And you can look all over this town and see the improvements. When we first came into office, we'd had a report card on our parks, and it wasn't a good report card. In fact, the report card was a D. And I think if we took a second report card now, 6 years later, because of the great work that the foundation has done with the partnership with the Parks Department, I think we get a much better grade this time around. So thank you so much. The quality of life in this town is a significant reason why people live here. You've made a great, great contribution to that. I personally thank you for that.
Thank you, and thank you for agreeing to speak at Park Founders Day on Saturday, June the 13th. We're doing some unique things to engage people that have participated in the park improvements that you're talking about, all of our previous challenge grantees and the like. One of the things we're doing is a time capsule, and so be thinking now about what kind of fun commentary you can get in a time capsule and have buried in a park for 100 years. But I am planning on putting in a photo of your father, Mayor Sullivan, when he addressed Park Founders Day 10 years ago. So it's coming full circle.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Rada. Thank you.
Oh,
yes,
Mr. Traney, I've been asked by 2 different groups that have funding proposals in front of you tonight to let you know that the Curling Association is welcome to, if they do get a grant, we'd be happy to help them with their project. They don't have their 501c3 yet. They've been doing a fabulous job getting private donations. So that's an opportunity for you. I'll just let you know about that. And then there's another request. I think Ms. Jackson is interested in funding at long last, the electricity at Cuddy Family Midtown Park.
Yes, that's coming up tonight.
And that's another thing that can go through the Park Foundation easily if you choose to use us as your funding vehicle.
We appreciate Tom McGrath giving us the equipment. Now it's just a matter of getting it installed. Thank you, ma'am. Going back on where we're at right now, as we're going back, the last item we've got pulled on our consent agenda is item F10, Ordinance CO 2015-51, an ordinance to restrict persons who use the services of the Anchorage Safety Center more than 3 times in a 12-month period from purchase of alcohol from package store liquor licenses. I'll need 3 to introduce.
Move to introduce.
Second. Third.
There's third. Mr. Honeman, you pulled that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a pretty big task, and I'm not necessarily not supportive of it because I think we have to do something. I do believe this would be a very fitting, Mr. Chairman, if we could move this item to the Public Safety Committee meeting on May 20th.
I would like to go to Public Safety. I'd also like to go to Mr. Evans' Alcohol Committee we've got.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the May 7th Ad Hoc Committee on Chronic Inebriation, the Fire Department's already scheduled to speak on this issue.
Okay. So May 7th, and one is yours, Mr. Honeman?
May 20th.
May 20th, okay.
And our first public hearing looks like it's scheduled.
That done. Is there any objection or introduction to this item study for public hearing? Okay. Sorted by the body. That completes our consent agenda. No more A items. We're fine. We have, under old business, we could take up item 11A, the same memorandum AM 219-2015 Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Supervisors appointment. We get a motion on that? Any comments? Please vote. That's approved by the body. Are there any kids here for the first time as a school assignment? Any scouts here? Okay. Saying none.
Mr. Chairman,
we're taking yes.
Before we break, just
Mr. Flynn, sir, I'm sorry.
I'm sure the mayor's already sent a nice note to Bob Shake for his service on the ACDA board, but of course I worked with his brother for many years and worked with Bob off and on as well, and just want to thank him for his service. He was a great volunteer. So.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Second that, Mr. Chairman.
Let's take our dinner break now. Be back shortly. First item in front of us under public hearings, item 13, ordinance AO 2015-25, an ordinance dedicating certain municipal properties for the permanent or long-term park or recreation purposes. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, and spell your last name. Anyone at all? Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Pardon?
Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Susan Olson, and I'm a board member of HALO, the Homeowners and Landowners Organization on the hillside, and I'm here in that capacity urging you to support 2015-25S and 2015-26S. May I just ask a question? It's not on the agenda, the printed agenda, but I printed it off at home yesterday. Are we dealing with the S versions?
You're dealing with the S version, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. So I urge your support passing the S versions of these two ordinances which deal with dedication of our parklands. Dedication, as you know, means that parkland can then not be used for other purposes, non-municipal purposes, without a vote of the public. And as you all know, and as we heard earlier, the importance of parks to the community at large means that this is a huge protection. You may recall that this issue came up a couple of years ago when it was proposed to put a firehouse in the Rabbit Creek Community Council, Rabbit Creek Park, and the neighbors and the users and people opposed to that were saying, how could this be? This is our parkland. It needs to be preserved. And they discovered, to their surprise, that it was not dedicated, even though it had been considered a park and used as a park forever. The Rabbit Creek Community Council jumped on this issue and quickly identified the parklands in their area that were not dedicated. Halo heard of their action and decided that Halo ought to get involved in this. So we set up a subcommittee and identified all the parklands that were not dedicated within the jurisdiction of Halo and urged those community councils to get involved in this issue and support some action. And a number of them did pass resolutions, which I'm sure were sent to various assembly members. So thanks to the work of Assemblyperson Jennifer Johnston for leading the way, we now have these two ordinances in front of you, and I urge that you support the two ordinances. If you do, assuming you do, I shouldn't say if, assuming that you do, there are still two follow-up items. One, there are approximately, as for Halo, don't I get a little more time?
You speaking for Halo?
Yeah.
We'll give you 2 more minutes, ma'am.
Okay, well, this will take one. The two follow-up issues, first, there are about a dozen lands that are considered parks by everybody and have been used as parks, which have not been dedicated and are not included in either of these two ordinances. And apparently the problems are there are discrepancies in the legal description and there's some review within the city. So I would urge the Assembly to keep pressure on the administration to get those resolved so all the parklands, in fact, are parks, can be dedicated and considered parks. Secondly, just button up this issue once and for all. Secondly, and I understand this will be a separate action, but the Assembly needs to be aware of it and take action on it, is all the parklands dedicated need to be rezoned to the new category, the PR category. Thank you.
Thank you. Question from Assembly members. There don't appear to be any. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify on this item? Please come forward.
I'm Diane Holmes, and I have to say that I have no idea about an S version. So I'm not.
There's an S version on both items, ma'am.
On what?
On both of them, 25 and 26, there is an S version.
I have not seen it, so I'm just. Anyway, I'll speak to what I know. It's rather interesting that the event that triggered the community councils to request this park dedication is also on your agenda, that of amending the Huffman Fire Station relocation contract. As you may know, the relocation is taking a few acres of Rabbit Creek Park. I'd like you to consider something that, while isn't part of this AO, needs to be changed. So I'd like to bring to your attention the fact that the Parks Department does not get reimbursed for the loss of this parkland, nor even remuneration from the sale of the, I'm sure, very lucrative old Huffman Fire Station. We really shouldn't steal precious parkland without reimbursing our parks. So maybe one of you will bring this up in the future and change that policy or lack of policy. Now, there doesn't appear to be any opposition to these two AOs, but I'm very concerned about the 9 or so parcels that are still stuck in planning for review of potential other uses and things like determination of legal description. I'm promised that a second AO will bring these 9 parcels before you later for dedication. And I know other councils like Turnagain have recently submitted their list of parks. At the FCC meeting in February, the park dedication issue was a very hot topic. The councils were very interested in this. But I fear you will get tired of this topic or hold a grudge against something or someone, and the rest of these parks will never be dedicated. I'm also puzzled why Public Works and the municipal attorney requested that planning review these parks. Councils were not even involved. Why are these being reviewed before they're allowed to be dedicated? Okay, I'll buy that maybe a legal description needs to be fleshed out. Now, if you think that I fear there's some conspiracy theory, you're right. Because any of you with enough gray hair, or none, who were in here as adults in the 80s recognize what we had to go through, what mainly Ruth Moulton had to go through, to get our downtown gem, which is constantly under attack. So please pass these AOs, which I know you will, but also, how about a promise to bring these other parcels before us and you really, really soon?
Thank you, Diane. There are no questions from the Assembly, ma'am. Thanks for being here. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward.
Hello, I'm Nancy Pease. I'm the co-chair of Rabbit Creek Community Council. Rabbit Creek Council has been driving toward this moment for years. We initiated the effort to identify parks without their proper papers. And we identified about 20 parcels in our council area alone that have been in park inventories or have been recommended as parks through land use analyses. So these are not new parks. These are long recommended, and many of them are actually long used and much loved parks. It makes administrative sense for you to dedicate these parks. That would just be simply following the planning process and committing to long-term management of these parcels as parks. And it makes business sense for you to dedicate these parks. Parks add to the assessed values of surrounding neighborhoods. Finally, this list is far from complete. There were at least 9 parcels, as Diane Holmes mentioned, that were struck from our list in an earlier version of this AO. We were told by the Department of Public Works or the municipal attorney that these parcels were not appropriate. And I'm sure that those staff are highly qualified in their areas of expertise, but they're not experts in parks. So I'd like you to consider asking the community councils and asking the neighborhoods about these remnant parcels. Even a very small remnant parcel can make a great community garden or a dog park or just a creative gathering space. So we were not aware of the S version and the versus the original version on the agenda tonight, so I'll ask that you pass whichever AO version is most inclusive, meaning covers the most parcels. And then please do ask your community councils for their creative ideas and needs for the remaining parks without proper papers. Parks are very cherished in all neighborhoods, and we're very glad that this is before you. Look forward to its passage. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions from the Assembly. Thank you. Anybody else wants to testify on this item, please come forward. Mr. Steele, would you have a question for her?
No, I don't. I have a comment. So.
Okay. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Kathy Gleason. I'm with Turnagain Community Council. I'm a previous president. And as Diane Holmes referenced, Turnagain Community Council did recently pass a resolution. We passed it in March, and I've got copies that I'll bring up after my testimony. With regard to, there are some parks in our community council boundaries that are long-term parks. None of them are new. That we would love to see have a dedicated status that currently are just designated. Probably the most surprising one, I worked with Tom Carosi at the Parks Department on this list, and I want to give a really big thanks to him for working with me on this and putting this together, helping me put the attachments to our resolution together. But the big surprise was that the Fish Creek Estuary that was purchased by Great Land Trust and put into the Parks municipal hands of the Parks Department is not a dedicated park. And that really surprised me. That's the most significant park within Turnagain that's not dedicated, but there are other parcels as well. And one of the attachments to the resolution lists those. Hopefully you actually were sent this after this was passed by our president or one of our board members, but I brought extra copies just in case you haven't looked at it. I'd like to reiterate how important it is for you to pass the ordinances before you tonight. As stated, we didn't get our act together soon enough to have our parks included in this current ordinance, but I certainly hope, and the Turnagain Community Council requests, that this go before the Parks and Rec Commission in a very timely manner to get approval from them, and that it be submitted to you, and we ask for your action to do this, and any other community councils that are still out there that have undedicated parkland within their boundaries that just they haven't taken the initiative to identify or work with the Parks Department to identify, because these parcels are important to our neighborhoods. Fish Creek Estuary is important to, it's along the coastal trail, the northern end of it. It's important habitat. It's important to the coastal trail and all of that viewing out there. These kinds of parcels should not have just designated status. And so it's time for the Assembly to take action and move forward on this effort. And I appreciate your support on the ordinances that are before you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. No questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body? Which one are you approving, ma'am?
The S version.
Thank you, ma'am.
And could I speak to the motion? Go ahead and speak to the motion. To answer your question on the S version, there were a number of things we needed to clean up, and one was our exhibits didn't match our ordinance, and the other was we had language in it in Section 2, the municipality after public hearing with assembly approval may utilize and enhance these properties by granting easements for municipal and private utilities when deemed in the best interest of the municipal park system. And we took that out because the municipal attorney said that it wasn't legal. And so those are the biggest changes, but it was matching up basically our exhibits with our ordinance. And I think there's other members on this body that are willing to work with me on the additional 9 and the additional park units. There's some in Muldoon that we'd like to include in the next round of parks. So there will be some more coming, but this is getting the first ones out the door. And you had me on a timeline, and here we are. So I urge approval. Thank you.
Mr. Starr, sir.
Mr. Wheeler, we in Chugach Eagle River have a pretty distinct nuance between designated parkland and dedicated parkland. Can you just explain the limitations and the requirements when parcels go dedicated?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, when parkland is dedicated, what that means is under the charter is that any conveyance related to that parcel, any conveyance of an interest in land, any use for other than dedicated park purposes, needs voter approval. So, for example, when we want to lease land for a hilltop ski area, that had to go to the voters, as an example.
The utilities concept with corridors, then we have many that bisect some of our parks because they were there before dedication, I think, in some cases. Is that a limited restriction on that, or how do easement requests or cell towers or other things, amenities such as power get through and into parks?
Currently existing easements would not generally be affected by a park dedication that comes after those easements have been granted. But new easements and, for example, new cell tower locations may require a vote by the people in order to grant those easements or those cell tower locations.
Thank you. And I typically try to sort of mind my own business because I oftentimes need support, but I'm challenged by the 61 acres for the South Anchorage Sports Park. I'm not certain that we're ready to go to dedication there for reasons such as perhaps future fire stations or additional road realignments. And is it necessary to take the full 61 acres because it's only one tract? Ms. Johnson, I'm asking you in particular because you've studied the parcels probably more than any of us, but 61 acres, we're not ready yet over there.
Well, actually, let me have Mr. Rada come up here, because I worked with Parks and Rec on this, and there was I think there was amendment here actually to add parks to this, and this ordinance has gone through the process, it's gone to the Parks and Rec Commission, and it's gone through legal, and it's gone with the Parks Department. So, Mr. Rada, will you come up and address, and I think it's a plating concern if you really want to know, but come up and address the South Anchorage Park Sports Complex.
Through the chair, am I responding, Ms. Johnston? Or
Well, I can ask you a couple more
Right.
questions. Is there a master plan for the South Anchorage Sports Park?
Yes, there is. In fact, the master plan was just updated. It went to planning and zoning, and the community councils in the area have been engaged by our park planner, Steve Rafuse, and they've got multiple ideas about what they want for the park. The question is, as with all of these, is how much is it going to cost to do what everybody really wants? We are proceeding with the South Anchorage Sports Park development. There was reappropriated money a year ago that allows for water and sewer to be extended in, because right now there is no sewer and there's very limited water or irrigation capacity to the park. It's a very tiny pond, and that will not suffice upon build out. So yes, there is a master plan for the South Anchorage Sports Park, and there's always new proposals coming for parkland as well, but we've completed that process.
And Mr. Rada, as Parks Director for Chugach Eagle River as well, our Parks District, we have several memorandums of understanding and long-term agreements that function in the designated standpoint. I know that. Why not in this case to provide some additional flexibility if we need a fire station or we need to parcel off or trade? Now we're going to be restricted to go to the voters only if we say there's 10 acres of surplus that could be future homes out there. For example, we took away the covered tennis court proposal here just a year and a half ago out of South Anchorage Sports Park and then moved it somewhere else. So the fluidity and the changes thereof, I guess, question the need to go from designated to dedicated on such a large tract. Do you have a reason why we need to go that big?
For the South Anchorage Sports Park specifically, that is a very heavily used area even without development. It has, and the soil conditions are not conducive, quite honestly, to really doing much more than horizontal versus vertical. I can tell you that 16, 18 years ago, we made an effort at the south end of the park area when it was just starting to be developed, put in 4,000 yards of material to try and surcharge. We hadn't done any borings at the time. We did later, found out that the soils report came back, the peat is like 40 feet deep. So there's no structural value to anything.
To that area you mentioned, but again, Siri, for example, a beautiful over $10 million worth of property taxes, I think, for that new facility that butts that park. So,
but that particular portion of the land, actually, the soils are different. It's very interesting if you take a look at that entire area. If you go in from Clatt, Timberline, O'Malley, whatever, if you look at it, there are so many different characteristics about the property in general. But predominantly the area that we have does not have great soil base. And so to think that we would do something else. It also serves, we envision for the future, many expanded uses, one of which we've heard loud and clear, and that's for another dog park for that area of town.
Good idea.
And there's also planned for another ball field there and some other proposals.
I get it, Mr. Rada. I guess I don't have any problem with the 3 to 4 to 5 acre ones where traditional and historical use, we're doing, on one hand, we're doing cleanup and bringing non-traditional uses into areas that have done that. In this case, the South Anchorage Sports Park, I haven't seen the plan. I would hope as a policymaker that we have some input on, does it make sense for that? And so if we're going to jump right into dedicated parkland, I would hope to ask for that courtesy to say, this is what we want to do with the park prior to that. I have no trouble with the Parks and Rec Commission checking it out, but in a sense you're obligating and making promises that, quite honestly, we didn't have a say over.
And I appreciate your comments. One of the things, and Jennifer somewhat addressed it, this process took a long time to where we're at today. It wasn't done in a vacuum, and it started very small. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jennifer. We had an initial request you and I discussed that matured into 4 different requests being combined. And so as one request was dealt with, and another one came in from another area, another one, and then finally a 4th one came in. At that point, we said, okay, we have enough on our plate right now. If we're going to complete the process, we've got 32 different parcels. Let's manage our way through this. Let's make sure Public Works has got a voice, Planning Department's got a voice.
Fair enough. I appreciate the process. I just, look, if you're going to make expectations and promises to the overall community, then you have to follow through on those. And I don't know enough about the plan, and I'll default to that. It seems like taking a big bite of 60 acres of area-wide owned land, the rest of the residents own that, and moving it straight into parkland is a little aggressive.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. I've got Mr. Steele and Mr. Honeman, Ms. Dombowski. Mr. Steele.
Yes, also for Mr. Rada are all of these parks developed, all of these parklands, or are most of them vacant, or how did we come by most of these parcels?
There's a variety. We started with the 32. It's now, I believe we have 21 on this list, if I remember correctly. We have 11 other parcels that were pulled for various reasons, some because of survey, legal information, some are not appropriate. I'll give you an example. Fifth Avenue Buffer Park, right across from Alaska Sales, just upslope from the jail. That's also an FAA protected area. We have no idea what they may want to do in the future. We have no idea with the traffic corridor or anything like that. So we're not going to, that's been pulled off the list. That's just an easy one to point to. Some of the parcels are partially developed. Some are not developed with anticipation for development in some areas. And some have been used as park properties as designated areas for an extended period of time. Maybe to put it in perspective, a more full view is to realize that as park properties or as municipal properties, not necessarily park properties, they've been acquired over many, many, many years, and not all with the details behind each one. This process has provided the details behind the parcels suggested by the 4 requests that came in, and then subsequently this is where we've arrived at. There are still other parcels, and I'm sure we're going to hear from other community councils or areas of town, and we'll approach it in the same fashion. Each one individually, make sure that the documentation is there, the history of the property, and we'll tell you this, it takes a long time. It's not easy, and there's mysteries behind some of the parcels that who knows.
I guess, yeah, just to comment on that, I'm surprised with all the effort that went into it, we didn't have a work session. A lot of these parks are all over town, and I have no knowledge of most of these parks on this list, and I'm in the blind.
I appreciate both your comment and Mr. Starr's comments. I have to defer to Jennifer because we were working on behalf of her request, and Mr. Evans was also engaged, not as much, but with Jennifer. And, you know, I have to rely on responding to the requester, and so that information has been provided.
Thank you, Mr. Rada.
Could I speak to that just for you?
And then I've got to go to Mr. Honeman, ma'am.
Yeah, just, if you remember, I introduced this, was it 6 weeks ago or 2 months ago? It's quite a long time ago, and I postponed the public hearing to give everybody time to get questions. And if you'd wanted a work session, I would have been more than happy to do that, but it wasn't, I never heard any request for that. But that was why I gave such a long period of time between introduction and public hearing.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Honeman.
Well, I wanted to echo, in a sense, what Ms. Johnson was saying. I will appreciate that we did, once we saw your first introduction, myself and Mr. Peterson were very interested in the Muldoon Town Square Park that our community has been well over a decade, and interest with various resolutions and proclamations and such. So with that, I'm like Mr. Steele. There's several of these parks, and I know there's many more, as Mr. Rada is saying, that they're probably, someone's bequeath some property to make it a pocket park or something like that, and maybe there's not a lot of documentation going back 50, 30, 40 years, whatever it is, difficult. So I'll yield to that. I'm with Mr. Starr's concerns about the 61 acres, but it helps to know that that land isn't much way for development. I would urge support, but I do want to, again, echo what Ms. Johnston was saying earlier, which is there are other parcels out there, and I know from different parts of town we're all going to be interested in making sure that we move forward in a better fashion. I know in our particular park, the Parks and Recs Commission has weighed in, so as well as the district plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And with that, Mr. Chair, I might say we had an amendment we were prepared to introduce. We will not introduce it, so it was passed out earlier. You
Thank
can
you.
disregard it.
Mr. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comments, I think Mr. Starr makes an excellent point. You know, as we're dedicating all of these parklands, which I recognize many of them have been used as parks for a long, long time, but as we look at development, you know, the thing that caught my attention was when you brought up cell phone towers, Mr. Starr, because we all know how passionate those are within neighborhoods, right? So we always look for minimal impact. So my question, I guess, is to Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Wheeler, I walked over to verify it, but I want it on the record. You know, as we do this, that means if there's an issue like a cell tower that comes up, that means that has to go to the voters to approve. Is that how I'm understanding this?
Through the chair, Ms. Demboski, the only exception to that arrangement is what kind of conveyance is it that we are giving to the third party? What's not included under the charter by definition are revocable permits or licenses, rights of way or easements, which the Assembly finds to be without substantial value to the municipality. So in those instances, those conveyances don't necessarily need to go to the voters.
So depending the value.
I'm sorry?
Can you put that out of legalese and a little bit more into English? It's been a long day for me.
If you find that a revocable permit or a license or a right-of-way or an easement does not have substantial value to the municipality, then it does not fit the definition of a conveyance of an interest in land, and therefore would not need voter approval.
Okay, and to follow up on your legal jargon, what is the legal definition or the threshold of substantial?
That is up to the Assembly to determine.
Okay.
Anything else, ma'am?
No, thank you.
There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. Yes will approve the S version. That's 25, and no will not. Please vote. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am. That item was approved by the body. Next item in front of us, public hearing, is AO 2015-26S. If you wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, and spell your last name. If you testified on 25, you don't need to on 26. Probably the same thing. I know we got 13B, which includes both the original 2015-26 and 26S. Thank you, Madam Clerk. If anybody wishes to talk to us about this, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearings closed. What's with the body, Ms. Johnston?
Move the S version.
Second.
Discussion from Assembly members.
Just for everybody's clarification, this is to dedicate the Rabbit Creek Park, the section that isn't being used for the fire station. And this was a promise we made to the community.
Any discussion from Assembly members? If not, please vote. That was approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14A. Actually, sorry, 13C. Resolution 2015-133, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcoholic beverage conditional use for a beverage dispensary use and license number 217 and duplicate beverage dispensary use and license number 5374 and 5375 for Fish or Cut Bait LLC, doing business as Willowa Steam Dot and Blue Central.
Waive reading.
In the Bay 2A. Thank you, B2A. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name recorded for the record and spell your last name.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. My name is Dylan Buckholt. I am one of the owners of Humpy's Great Alaskan Ale House, and the topic on the agenda is another project that we're engaging in with another building across the street from where we've been, I think, a good neighbor for City Hall for the last 21 years. This will be our 21st year as responsible operators in the downtown corridor adjacent to, of course, City Hall and the town square, and of course the beautiful Dena'ina Convention Center and the Egan Centers and the Performing Arts Centers. So what we're looking for the Assembly to approve is the ability for us to provide yet another vibrant gathering spot for our citizens and for our tourists that come into our beautiful city. And we're looking to rejuvenate Covenant House into kind of a premier destination that will really solidify what this Assembly and the prior administration started when they redesigned the F Street corridor. We think this is going to be the capstone to that corridor, and we really encourage the notion that what we're building here is going to complement what we have with our current businesses in a way that expands the interests of our population into something we think is important, which is the arts. We want to become an extension of the Performing Arts Center or Town Square as a gathering spot for the entire community. Sometimes people think we're doing too much activity downtown, but we love what we do. We take pride in what we do, and I've brought Pete Burns, our general manager, along with me to answer any questions that the body might have.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Starr, you have a question, sir.
I do. Just relative scope, how big is the first floor of Humpy's?
4,000 square feet.
And your new proposal here is under roof to have 14,000 square feet, a little bit bigger by 3 times.
Not all of it, sir, is usable square footage. The basement obviously isn't part of the front of the house for customers. The roof itself is a smaller footprint, but we're counting the roof for purposes of
You'll vendor alcohol there, though.
Say again?
You'll vendor alcohol on the rooftop.
Seasonally.
Correct.
Seasonally.
And I guess this is where I see no inherent challenge, partly because you're familiar with the area, but quite a bit different. There's one way in Humpy's from the front and one way out in the back with a fairly nice gated area. You're now going to be on a corner. We've heard many complaints with the folks that exit your facilities, not yours, but others downtown, and be blunt and candid, the defecation, the throwing up, the morning after debris, all of the other stuff. Why will you not have that?
Well, I think, sir, you're explaining some parts of the downtown liquor industry that we're not a part of. We're the ideal exemplar for this community as far as policing not only our patrons, but providing a safe destination for everyone that comes by. Again, I would reemphasize, our 21 years operating next to City Hall, essentially right in the fishbowl. I think everybody in this body understands that we operate a pretty tight ship. We go beyond the pale when it comes to having train security and making sure that everything that we do is something that our police department and our members of the Assembly and our mayor, who happens to work right next door, knows that we as operators do not pose the same issues and problems that perhaps others that this board, this Assembly has had to deal with. So
yeah, and I appreciate all those answers because I wanted to hear them on the record that you're ready for it. I didn't see too many of the external security plans or the roving requirements. Perhaps internally you'll just do that around bar breaks and times where you let out because with Humpy's, it fills up. Quite frankly, I go there. If it's full, we go to another place. That's kind of how you share customers.
Right. Well, fortunately
for our very big.
For our business model, sir, we well, some would say it's too bad that we don't get swept up in the bar break. A lot of our customers are already safe at home by the time bar break occurs. We might have some stragglers in the summer times, tourists that want to take advantage of the midnight sun. But the Humpies of 21 years ago, when we were the only tap house in town, is kind of gone by the wayside. We're much more restaurant oriented. Certainly we throw some big events, some big concerts every now and then, but unfortunately I'm going into my good friend that's going to be testifying later is having her 30th high school reunion at our new proposed building, and I don't think that they're going to stay out much past midnight.
How about parking, where you see the curbside fills up? City Hall tends to fill up in the evenings. Where do you propose the patrons go for that?
Well, fortunately, people that want to come downtown find a way, whether they're attending something at the Performing Arts Center or they're attending something at the Denina. There's plenty of public parking street side, but there's a lot of easy parking situations. The parking lot right behind us, the state office parking, of course, is open after 4:30, I believe.
Yeah, you guys have a lunch menu as well, though. Is that what I read?
Yes, we will.
Yeah.
Part of our lunch hopefully will be a lot more grab and go than what you might find at Humpy, especially during the summer tourist season.
Well, good. Thank you. I wish you success.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Starr. There are no other questions, gentlemen. Mr. Honeman, do you have a question?
Not more of a question as a comment, but I've obviously patronized Humpy's during lunch break more than I have in the evenings, but I have been there in the evenings as well, and I've known that your general manager, Pete's been a real gem. Hopefully you can hang on to him for a while. I've kind of chased him around some of the TG Fridays days from way back, but he's done a really good job of promoting your business as well as maintaining the decorum of safe operations. So I really haven't seen or witnessed any over-serving, and I certainly haven't seen him, tolerating any, youthful underage serving and things like that. To my knowledge, I don't know if you've ever had underage serving at this particular establishment, at least in the last 2 years for the licensing period. So that's a good thing.
Not that since 5 years that I've been there, no, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Paul. Sir, do you want to testify too?
Dylan said it all. I'm good.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all? Tom, you coming down for this?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, my name is Tom McGrath. Humpy's is a great organization, and I think they'll do a great job with this new organization. But this is the most screwed up system you got in the world. Here you have a bar where you've already approved the liquor license. They've expended millions of dollars, and then they come for a conditional use permit. And if you don't grant them a conditional use permit, then what do they do with the building? Sergeant Ryan, who was awarded earlier for retiring from the police department, was the head of the CAP team, and he came to the Smart Community Council here a few months ago, and he called the downtown, the city park there by the Performing Arts Center, an open-air drug market. That's the way he described it. And that's going to be right across the street from this place. A few months ago, you had Platinum Jacks in front of you. Sat here and listened to the testimony. And the word saturated downtown was used numerous times by several of you. Downtown is saturated. We couldn't possibly have another liquor license downtown until we can solve the police manning problem and also the problem with the bar breaks. Well, we haven't solved the police manning problem. We haven't solved the problem with the bar breaks. And we're going to have a 14,000 square foot facility across the street from the Performing Arts Center. So part of me as a businessman says, these guys, they've done a great job in the past. The other part says, just listening to you and what you've said in the last 6 months, you got to be crazy to approve this. So which is it? Are you crazy? Am I crazy? Or is the whole world crazy? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Lael Fairbairn. I'm a co-owner of Snow City Cafe downtown, Spenard Roadhouse, and an establishment that's going to be before you later this evening, South Restaurant. I just have to say that, you know, I'm a good operator, and I know these guys are a good operator. We're competing for a lot of the same customers and a lot of the same employees, but I have to say that the issue with downtown bars are a few downtown bars, and they are the ones that need to be cleaned up, not the ones that are doing a good job, providing a great community service, expending a lot of money to better this city. So I don't think that they should be punished for the actions of a few rogue establishments. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia. I'm the director of the Alaska Hospitality Retailers. And Humpy's and their owners and management have been an outstanding business in the downtown area. We have never had them in front of us with issues. And they have been a good operator, a good member, and I really hope you approve this conditional use. Thank you.
There are no questions. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing seen on public hearings. Close what's wish of the body.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as a guy who gets stuck dealing with most of the negative impacts of alcohol issues in this town, and gets occasionally beat up by some of you for taking them on, these guys do it right. Mr. McGrath, the answer to your question is C. We are all crazy. That's why we're here tonight. And you know, you mentioned the question of Town Square Park. How do you defeat a problem of illicit activity? You bring the good people to that part of town. This project helps bring the good people to that part of town. They're going to be sitting on the rooftop and watching. They'll have cell phones. I know these characters. They'll call it in. It's going to make the downtown a better place. This is the kind of establishment we want in our neighborhood. So, Dylan, good luck, Godspeed, and I'm confident you're going to have the votes you need tonight.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Honeman, on the issue, sir?
Yes, I'd like to, I will echo somewhat Mr. Flynn's commentary, and that is, as the chair of the Public Safety Committee, I know since I've been on the body now 5 years, and it's what routinely will, well, often, well, maybe not often, we get liquor license renewals, we get applications for transfers, and we get new permit requests in from time to time. And it really is kind of an all-of-the-above issue there. We have to look at the totality of everything, and frankly, while I'm concerned that, as the lady just testified about being in competition, you know, is it going to be oversaturating a market down there? Are they going to be competing with people that are already there, particularly for the lunch crowd? Because it is going to be an issue with parking. I think Mr. Starr's got on something there. How many new people are going to come down to visit this establishment for lunch, or are they just going to be drawing from some other patrons from another business? In any event, what I'm heartened by is I believe it's, I may be wrong, it's 60% food, 40% beverage sales is what they're counting on as a business practice, which is unlike some of the bars who are actually more like an 80 or 90% beverage sales. So I think you're going to find that that these guys have shown and proven, like Mr. Flint said, that this is a fairly responsible owner group with a darn good general manager with a track record. It is a substantially larger establishment, again, as pointed out by Mr. Starr, but I wish them all the best. I do think we need to have good business models that continue to show people how you can be a good, responsible operator. I'm not concerned about the use of alcohol. I'm concerned about the abuse. And frankly, I think these guys do it pretty well. I'd urge support.
Yeah, I sure do. I grill a lot of folks. If you took it as a grilling, I don't make any apologies for that. We have to do diligence. My exampling more for now is that this is the conditional use approval process, and it doesn't work very well. If you look at it, the conditional use has about 6 or 7 requirements, all generic. Get the zoning, do your training, do whatever, and we move on. The problem will be when we have a problem. where we can't access this without some of that. So my pledge is that, hey, I got a couple more years up here. I'm going to figure out a way to be able to re-access the conditional use to make modifications on everybody's behalf. We're not addressing cameras tonight. We're not dedicated parking for this establishment. We're basically relying on the planning department to come up with the occupancy numbers, hours of operation, or just whenever, 24/7, I think is how it reads in here. That's the exampling problem that I have with all of these conditional uses, is that once they're approved, we don't get to go back in and reach them up and say we made a mistake. So I'm happy it'll work out. I have no doubt that it'll work out. Will it bleed out into the other parts of the community? Hopefully in a positive way, Mr. Flynn. I really think you're right. I think that's a great goal. And if it doesn't, we'll come up with a way to make it so we all get along. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to combine agenda items 14A and 14B and any substitute versions herein. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not sure if your button's pressed on or not, Mr. Chair, just to make sure.
There. Madam Chair.
Mr. Trainee?
My wife is a school teacher, so I have to make my yearly admission of that. And I don't think I have a conflict of interest, but it's up to the body.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chair rules that you do not have a conflict of interest, as we have ruled in the past. Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair.
Thank you for having the opportunity to testify. My name is David Neese, last name is spelled N-E-E-S. You have before you the budget, keeping in mind that OMB gave you a 4-scenario thing. Basically, what you are looking at is scenario 3, according to the state budget. So this is a return of the school district's budget to the budget amount it had in 2010. So the budget is very similar. It's within $5 million of what they had in 2010. The thing that you need to keep in mind is the thing that is different in the last 10 years is the amount of valuation you have to leverage to get the money to pay the school district. In 2004, it was just under $400,000. Last year, according to the CAFR, it was nearly $700,000. That's a 6% gain every single year for the last 10 years. That means if it keeps on that trend using the rule of 72, it'll only take 12 more years for it to double, and it'll take $1.2 million of valuation to pay for a single student for 1 year in the Anchorage School District. It currently takes almost $700,000 in valuation. Now, you may think Anchorage is on a trend to double its valuation in 12 years, in which case you continue to put out budgets that keep growing. It probably does not. One of the aspects that you need to look at over the next couple of years is the ASD is a department of the city. It's the only department that negotiates its own labor agreements. All your other ones have to come to you because you have to write the check. So you may want to look at the relationship between labor negotiations, which is the driving cost, and whether or not you want to have some involvement in that. So again, $1.2 million in valuation by 2027 to support a single child for 1 year.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify in this item, please come forward. Anyone at all? Mr. Abbott, are you going to come and testify?
I'll get him on Cross-examination,
Okay.
sir.
It's your choice, sir. Now we're cross-examination. Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. Vote to the body. Let's move. Have some move with the S version. Mr. Gray Jackson.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to approve 2015-41S.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Abbott, if you could come up for a second, I just want to make sure we're explaining to my colleagues what we're doing tonight.
Hey, he brought
He
allies.
brought reinforcements just in case.
Exactly.
I guess they don't trust me. As I think you know, we have a special meeting tentatively called for Monday pending legislative action. And my understanding is, at this point, the one-time money is more or less considered off the table. And the only issue is our local match for the BSA contribution. And that the BSA contribution from the local level has not been changed by legislative action, only the state contribution to fund that formula, and therefore you are comfortable that if we pass this number tonight, you won't have to come back to us for another change.
That's correct. We believe that although there is still uncertainty as to the ultimate amount of state support, that the amount of local support can be determined currently based on legislative action to date.
That's all I had. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Other assembly comments, questions? Gentlemen, you can sit down. We don't appear to have any other questions for you. Any discussion from assembly members before we vote? Mr. Honeman.
Mr. Johnson was first, I think.
I just had
Sorry,
to.
Jennifer, were you on here?
Well, kind of. I was. I was thinking of remaining silent, but I just couldn't help myself.
There you go, ma'am.
But I did want to thank you for your fiscal plan and for following through on your promise to our resolution. And I think it's helpful, and I think it will be helpful for all of us as we go forward and looking at the school district budget, and we can work on it as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Honeman, sir.
Well, and rarely posture it doesn't really help things much, but I just want to say, I've said this before, and I laud the school board and the school administration, district administration in working around what I consider to be almost cruel conditions in the area of how you get your funding and how you set a budget, because it's like this great big moving target. It's like a bouncing ball, and it's very difficult, I know, to follow. It's difficult for us, and I imagine much more so for you guys. So, you know, there'll be a day, I hope, that when compulsory education means at the state level, we'll fund 100% like they will in any other community that's not incorporated like ours. We're in Shevac or in Glen Allen or other places that don't have a local contribution match. We're ponying up. Our taxpayers, our municipal property owners are actually ponying up a substantial amount of money in our school district budget. And I don't necessarily agree with Mr. Neese. I don't believe the state's going to retract 100% of its funding, but I do believe that at some point in time, a couple of lawsuits from around the state may come to bear that the state's ultimately responsible for 100% of the school's education costs. And maybe then, once and for all, we can stop this rhetorical and ad hominem contacts and comments about, you know, how expensive things are. Yes, it's expensive. It's expensive to run this building, and it's something we have to deal with. So I urge support.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, sir.
Mr. Foster, I have a question for you. Since we spoke last time on the approval of your budget, bonds passed at the school, the voters passed additional bonding authority. A good portion of your expectations on expenditures, $87 million, is highlighted for debt service, whether that be principal payments or interest services.
Yes.
That's a forecast number, $87 million. As you issue additional school bonds, the taxing authority, of course, is affected by that because that's outside the tax cap and all the other things. But my direct question to you is, have you had to rethink now what you're going to issue based on what your budget says? Again, it's not a quiz. It just says the bonding expenditures is going to be about $87 million.
I expect we will go through a process with the board to revisit the long-term level of debt service in light of the legislative moratorium.
The $88 million is still available to be issued prior to the approval of the voters this last voter cycle. So that added another, how many, 54 million?
Yeah, but we're retiring at a pace that's faster than what we are taking on, so that should continue to stay flat based on that practice.
And here's my fear, and I'll just be candid with you, is I don't want to tax tonight. We're setting the mill rate. That's what we're basically doing, is how much of that you've come back to us instead of 241 million, you want us to collect 239 million. That's what we're going to do tonight, is we're going to set the mill rate. The expectation is built in that you're going to issue bonds and you're going to have that debt service. I want accountability later that, oops, we're not going to issue that much and we're going to actually take that additional tax collection surplus and use it somewhere else.
What's in front of you is based on what's been issued, not what is yet to be issued.
That's fair enough. And I appreciate that answer, because as you issue those bonds, you know, be fiscally aware that they affect taxes. And so even the taxes are going up in some capacity, depends on what happens
And
tonight a little bit more.
board members are very cognizant
All right.
of that.
Yeah, and I think you'll tell them even more that we are too. Good. Well, thanks for having all the answers.
Thank you.
Look forward to it.
Mr. Steele, sir.
No, they haven't always, Mr. Steele. It's changed a lot.
Your microphone's not on, I don't think.
Oh, I had it on. I'm awed by the patience that the school district has with regards to educational funding. It's always been tough. It's always been too late. It's you never know what you're going to get. There were the days when you got more than what you asked for, but those days are gone. I just wanted to say that this is a good approach. I don't like the fact that the legislature is having a real tough time with funding in general, but ASD is doing a good job. I've heard from a number of employees, though, that they're frustrated with the ups and downs and they're looking for jobs. So it's not all rosy going forward. Thank you, guys.
Other comments from assembly members? If not, please vote. That is approved by the body. Well, thanks to the school district. I need a motion on item 14B.
Second.
We had a joint public hearing on both of them. She combined them earlier. Right. So yes, we can move 14B, except we're going to have to make an amendment on 14B.
Well,
Mr. Gray Jackson. Yes, Mr.
Chairman,
Flynn.
I'd like to move to change the order today to take up item 14B after we finish with the other budget items. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm looking through this packet of amendments, and there could be some considerable added cost. And as we figure that all out, what I don't want to do is approve a school district levy that cuts off capacity we might need for general government. So I'd like to do this one last.
So when do you bring this one up? Specific time period? Specific item?
I'd like to bring it up after item 14G, please. And if I could
Is there
have
a second on that? Moved and seconded. Mr. Wheeler, your comments on that?
No, sir. My comments were going to be to provide you with the mill levy
Okay.
number for the
Then that's fine.
14B.
We'll come back and pick you up when we get back to it. Ms. Johnson on this?
Actually, I have a question of the administration. If we set the mill levy for the school district, it would be my understanding it would have no impact on the taxing capacity that's left on the table. Am I correct?
I think you're correct, but I want to be careful.
Marilyn, Kate, Mayor, somebody?
We're wanting to get you the right answer. 1 second.
Just say there's one tax cap.
There is.
There is one.
Could you repeat the question, Ms. Johnson? I was listening, but I'm not sure I understood it.
My understanding is if we set the mill levy right now for the school district, it would have no impact on the overall municipal tax cap. So the taxing capacity that's left over from the school district would still be there as we address the municipal budget.
Through the chair, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry I took so long to answer. You are correct.
So I don't think this is necessary, Mr. Flynn, but whatever.
I'm just a cautious guy. Vote as you see fit.
Mr. Starr, on the motion in front of us.
I agree. Mr. Flynn, you know, we've had protocols that say we're going to tax. We just approved a $239 million authorization. Now we are going to go ahead and say we're going to tax for that amount. There's one tax cap. Well, I think we all know there's taxing authority. Perhaps you want to tax in the name of the school district and spend it on APD. I don't particularly care. It's, you know, it's tax money generated, but, you know, just make business make sense up here is my point. You know, the public oftentimes confused enough on what we're doing and what we're correcting and S versions that we don't show them. We just approved, thanks to the hard work of the school district, $239,410,965,000. Let's set that tax rate, let these people go home, and move on with business in an organized fashion. It's not hard.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to agree with both Ms. Johnson and Mr. Starr. And Mr. Starr is correct. There is one tax cap. But as I believe everybody knows, the school district calculates theirs different, and you can look at that calculation in their budget book. So with that said, I think it's a good idea if we do go ahead and get the number for the mill levy, which needs to be changed on line number 16, and move on.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll vote on it and put it up on the board. The question in front of us is, thanks to Mr. Flynn, shall we postpone item 14B until after item 14G? Please vote. That's not going to happen. Thank you, Mr. Flynn, for doing it. We have in front of us a motion to approve item 14B. We still don't have the right number yet. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly don't have the number. Who does?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wheeler.
Line 16, the new number is 6.84. Line 20, the new number is 239,493,695.
If I get a motion to that effect?
I'll move that amendment.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any objection to it? Mr. Starr.
Mr. Wheeler, the taxing authority from local contribution we just approved in 41S was not the number you just gave us. Why is that?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, the number that we show is the tax amount for 2015. Remember, the school district budget is 2015, 2016. So there's a little recalculation there.
So it's just, you know, $80,000 difference is what you're saying?
I didn't do the math in that regard, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to put the vote to put the numbers on here up to the board. Clerk advises me we need to do it. So vote yes or no, but this will be to add 6.84 on line 16 and on line 20, 239,493,695. Please vote. Mr. Evans, thank you. That is approved by the body. So now we need to vote on item 14B as amended. Any discussion from assembly members? If not, please vote.
A lot of money.
We did from the beginning.
We're doing more than doing. I'm glad.
Second. Just put that up on the board. It's unanimously approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move immediate reconsideration. Urge a no vote.
Moved and seconded for immediate reconsideration. No votes been urged.
Do you mind if I explain that to the public? So
Sorry,
that they
Mr.
understand?
Flynn wants to discuss.
I was going to do it for you, Mr. Starr.
No,
but-
have at it.
Okay. So, in deference to my good friend, Mr. Evans, as the administration has advised us, they need to get tax notices out no later than, or published no later than May 4, so that they can be to taxpayers on time by May 15, which is a hard deadline. And the reason for Mr. Starr's reconsideration, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'm going to take a wild guess, is he doesn't want somebody reconsidering this and then we don't meet again in time to take it up.
That's correct.
So this time, it's okay to vote no on immediate reconsideration.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn, for your permission. Mr. Evans?
Yeah, based on that explanation, this time I won't engage in a rant on it. Thank you.
Please vote. A no vote's been urged. Secretary Jackson, what are you doing? That will not be reconsidered.
I voted wrong, Mr. Chair. Move to approve. No. Move to approve.
Yes, I just wanted to ask somebody from the port. This is, I think we made corrections last year as far as almost similar to corrections. And I'm hoping that we've taken care of this accounting issue and this won't be coming up again. Is that correct?
Actually, no, it's because you have to move it from one level.
Through the chair, Ms. Johnson, I'm not sure anyone from the port is here, but this was identified by the auditors as, oh, Steve, do you want to take it up? Go tell him. Sorry about that.
I'm just, Stephen, thank you. This issue's been identified now a couple of years. Do you feel you've got it under control?
Well, this, the impetus behind this is coming from the audits that have been ongoing, and OMB has taken the lead on most of this. I feel comfortable that this is going to be the end of these adjustments. I wish I had a better handle on exactly why all this is happening, because I think we did a good job of keeping the books. But my understanding is that this will be the end of any adjustments that will have to be made as we transition away from what was the expansion project.
Okay, thank you.
I have a concern. Rebefo?
Wasn't that easy?
The
Yeah,
The similarity, I think, if you'll go back and retrace, Solid Waste Services had some of the same issues with the way they were developing their cells at the landfill. And there's a distinct difference that we have up here, and particularly is capital versus operating. And so when we see funds moving from one to the other, it doesn't mean you're doing anything wrong necessarily, but the way the capital budgets are designed and the way we see them for approval, we don't particularly like it. So try to, in your mind, determine the difference between what a capital expenditure is going to be versus ongoing operating expense, and try not to blend them. That's, I think, what Ms. Johnson's seeing now 2-3 years in a row since 2013. We think we're funding capital. Sometimes we go to Juneau for capital. Sometimes we fund internal notes, and then all of a sudden they become an operational need. I don't mind if you call an operational fix a one-time capital expense a capital expense, but just be careful how you clutter that up for us, because we had a significant problem with Solid Waste Services and the Cairn closure and some of the dump expansions under the same circumstance. So,
it's noted. Thank you.
yeah, thank you for that.
All right.
Any other comments from Assembly members? Say none, please vote. That item is approved by the body. Next item in front of us, item 14E. This is AO 2015-42. An ordinance revising and appropriating funds for the 2015 municipal utilities enterprise activities operating budgets, waiving certain requirements of AMC 26.10.065, and distributing $5 million as utility revenue distribution from the Refuge Collections Utility Fund 560 to General Government Area-Wide Fund Balance 101 for tax relief. And there is an S version along with it. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, and spell your last name. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body? Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have the S version.
A single page.
Right. Okay. Gosh, this is going to
move the S version. Get a second.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move to approve 2015-42S.
Could we get a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, there may be a little bit of difficulty in my amendment that's brought forward by you and I, but I'm going to pass it out anyway and talk about it. Okay, and some numbers may have to be changed based on the substitute version, but we'll deal with that one when we get to it. But in the meantime, here's the amendment, and I'm just going to read it, okay, as soon as it's in your hands. But anyway, what the amendment does, it deletes Section 2, proposed language, asking the Assembly to authorize an immediate revenue distribution of $5 million for taxpayer relief, notwithstanding prohibition of the distribution under current code. Anchorage Municipal Code 2610-065, it allows for utility revenue distribution from refuge collections utility not to exceed 5% of the utility's 2014 gross revenues. One purpose of this limitation is to ensure the rate set for solid waste services collections is an equitable rate for the collection services. The current rate was approved by the Assembly without any notice to the Assembly or to the public or to the ratepayers that $5 million would be proposed as a distribution to general government for the purpose of taxpayer relief. The distribution proposed by the mayor, no offense, Mr. Mayor, but it's prohibited in current code. And with that said, if our attorney, Ms. Tucker, who drafted this amendment for us, would like to weigh in, please feel free to do so. Ms. Tucker? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Tucker, anything from you, ma'am? I've got other Assembly members. Anything, Julia?
Thank you. Through the chair, the only thing, as Assembly Vice Chair Gray Jackson has pointed out, the floor amendment was drafted before receipt of 42S, and so the amount is changed, should be changed in the description of the floor amendment from the $5 million to $4 million shown in 42S.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Since this amendment is still on the floor, I'll just read the first part again, okay? Delete Section 2, proposed language, asking the Assembly to authorize an immediate revenue distribution of $4 million. And that number needs to also be changed in the paragraph below, where it ends with ratepayers at $4 million would be proposed. And it also needs to be changed in the amount under what revenues would be decreased to $4 million. And that should do it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Steele on the amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The amendment was kind of a surprise. There's some differences in the allocations as well up above in section 1, but for the item itself, I'm taking the position here that that this was not an authorized. It certainly was a surprise to Solid Waste Service. They were called one day and said, "Hey, by the way, we're doing this." And it puts them in a bind. And we do have an amendment in the package, another one for the budget process. But what this does is that over the years, and it has been a number of years, they have been saving the money because they had some plans for expansion. Starting 2 years ago, they started, the administration wouldn't let them do the investment. They've had 2 vehicles they've wanted to purchase for the last 2 years, and that was pulled. This year, we have the item. We have the bid document. I haven't seen it yet come up for action, but the trucks they want to replace are old trucks. They're 1990s, two of them. And they've also got some plans, and it's been in their investment plans or expansion plans to get more into the recycling business by purchasing some larger containers, roll on, roll off, and taking back from the private contractors that are authorized to do it within their area. The recycle business. Over the last 3 years with new management, they have been doing a fantastic job, and I would hope we would support them by not approving this document. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson, quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just for clarification, Mr. Steele, I think that we are just
approving the amendment. Pardon me.
I'm sorry.
He was misstated as what he wanted to do earlier.
Yeah.
He wants the amendment to be passed.
Right. But just you, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Right. You mentioned Section 1, but this amendment only addresses Section 2, so I believe that the amendment is perfectly fine.
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Flynn on the amendment, sir.
Yeah,
Sorry it took so long to get you.
No problem. I'm going to support the amendment for perhaps a little bit different reason. 2 things. One, if we have extra money at Solid Waste Services, I'd like to tackle the care and closure fund first. And secondly, and some of you have been around long enough to remember this, one time we got some surprise money through a stimulus package, and we had to figure out how to provide tax relief equitably across the municipality. And the initial proposal was to use it to pay down the tax levy for police services. And Ms. Johnston raised her hand and said, well, wait a minute, that leaves Girdwood out. And so we instead found a way to apply it to the area-wide levy. In the same manner, moving money from a collections agency that only represents part of the municipality into the general fund mistreats those within that service area. I'm one too. In fact, every single one of my constituents is one. So for that reason, I support the amendment and can't support the administration's plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Sullivan, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. A couple of things. I think in regard to Mr. Flynn's comments, and I appreciate those, but we have to remember that the utility is owned by all the residents of Anchorage, not just the ratepayers. Certainly they pay the rates, they generate the income, but it's a utility owned by all of us. And as such, the citizens of Anchorage have an expectation that that utility will, if it has excess cash, have the opportunity to contribute to the entire municipality because it's owned by the entire municipality. The utility is in a pretty unique situation regarding its cash holdings. It has far more cash than it needs for its operations. I think Ms. Guyard handed out to you a little earlier an assessment that shows just how much cash they have on hand, how much they will need to satisfy their capital needs, how much income will be generated over the next several years, and quite frankly, even with the appropriation we're proposing in the S version, the solid waste utility remains very strong in its cash position. So the question is, do we want SWS to be a storehouse of excess cash, and if so, why? That makes no sense. But more appropriately, what's the proper thing to do with that excess cash? And what we're proposing is, when we first had proposed taking $5 million from the utility plus the $500,000 plus dividend, is leaving $1 million with the utility, which leads them in even stronger cash position, applying $2 million to the trust fund so that everybody benefits from the excess cash because the trust fund contributes over the years many times over to the general fund, and then using property tax to make up the difference that we were anticipating coming from solid waste services. So it's really kind of a win-win. I know there's concerns about the tax cap not reaching its capacity, and in future years with revenue sharing declining. I know that was a legitimate concern. Our proposal satisfies those concerns. There's a higher tax allocation, which keeps the cap up. There's, for the taxpayers, a form of relief on the other side by contributing to the trust fund. And then ultimately, $1 million that we had proposed to take from the utility stays with the utility and leaves them in an extremely strong cash position. There's really no logical reason that I can see to storehouse cash at SWS when they have more than enough money to meet all their needs, whether it's trucks, whether it's roll-on dumpsters, any of the things they have in their capital improvement program is well-financed, well-funded. They will not have any challenge. The amount of cash that's left in the utility on a month-to-month basis, we just heard from probably the leading expert in the country on what utilities like solid waste services should have in reserve, and we're maintaining a reserve 4 times that large. So we don't support Ms. Gray-Jackson's amendment with all due respect. I think what we have proposed is a very nice compromise, money to the trust fund, higher tax capacity for future years, and leaving the utility in a strong cash position. That's a win-win.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Johnston.
Thank you. I appreciate the mayor's suggestion. I'm having trouble with all my papers. Did we receive the breakdown as far as the $4 million, an amendment to that effect? The S version has the $4 million going into the fund balance. So because I think we all need a visual. And as you're looking for that, I have a question to our attorney. As far as Ms. Gray-Jackson's amendment, and nothing's worse than getting 2 attorneys to, give a decision on the same thing, but here we go. It seems our assembly attorney feels that we cannot exceed the 5% of gross revenues. What is your opinion of the $4 million, and is that possible?
Through the chair, Ms. Johnson, as the Assembly has in other circumstances, the proposal in the S version and in 42 was to waive that code restriction so that you could take more than the 5% this one time. So this ordinance was written to, as you note, by the title and by Section 2, to essentially waive that code provision in this instance. And that's entirely...
And we can do that because it's code. I just wanted to make sure, get that on the record. Would it be worthwhile, as I say, we didn't get the amendment and the breakdown as far as the changing this from 5 to 4 million and where it was all going. Is there a chance that we could have that written up and maybe we should delay a vote on this until we get that?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Johnston, in the documents that OMB handed out for the general government operating budget, part of the attachment is Excel spreadsheets that are on the back of that. And then on those Excel spreadsheets, if you turn to line number 175, the breakdown that the mayor is proposing, I'm happy to walk you through.
I might add, if I might, Mr. Chairman, It's on the AM attached in the packet, the S version packet. It breaks it down a bit. On line 18, I'm sorry. Line
Johnson,
23.
did you see what they're talking about?
I wish I've never had such a flummox with paper that I have tonight. I mean, I understand. I think I've heard what, and I like what it is. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and we understand what the administration is suggesting in the S version.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Johnson, what the mayor is proposing is to reallocate the use of the $4 million the mayor now proposes to take from solid waste services. That $4 million would come over into the general government Fund 101. $2 million of that money would be allocated to the MOA Trust Fund, and roughly $2 million would offset taxes. So what it does is a little complicated, but the mayor had previously proposed to use $5 million to offset taxes, and now he would only propose to use $2 million to offset taxes. And that description is on line 175 of the items which are attached to the general government operating budget.
And so that brings us to, I'm trying to find as far as, it's 1.6 under the cap. Is that correct?
Yes, that is true, Mayor.
So we went from 4.8 under the cap to 1.6 under the cap.
That is correct, Ms. Johnson.
And we're putting $2 million into the savings account. We're
Correct.
leaving $1 million with solid waste services.
That's correct.
Johnson, anything else, ma'am?
No, I do support this.
Mr. Starr, sir, on the amendment.
Yeah, I think the critique that we're somehow shortcutting solid waste services and their ability to function is probably not an accurate statement when you look at the forecast cash position. We're starting out with $7.7 million plus a reserve capital plan of $1.3 million. So we've got a total cash opportunity here at solid waste services of $9 million. So I would urge that you look at this single sheet of the spreadsheet, because it forecasts out the expenses that Mr. Steele identified, the side loaders at $612,000, replace the office equipment, replace other dumpsters. You know, the mayor's hit on some of these capital improvement requests, I assume, coming from the director. Even if you took out the $4 million, they're going to end the year with a cash position of over $6 million. That's a significant amount of money for the amount of capital needs for that. And when you look at 2018 or 16's projections and 17 and 18, we're well above the number of months cash that's typical for a business this size operating. I don't think we're doing any harm at all, especially moving it into the trust fund that requires a 2/3 majority or 8 votes to take it out.
A vote of the people.
It seems cash management here certainly makes sense. I think we need to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're not hoodwinking us here. I believe it's a legitimate and prudent use of the cash. You know, Mr. Flynn's comments about full faith and credit, I think that the mayor answered that. It seems to make sense that your concerns about should it go back to one individual or another. We back them up when they need cash and capital for bonding, and I think it's fair to distribute it this way. So I'm happy with the $2 million.
Mr. Steele on the amendment.
Yes, there are some other items in terms of funding that aren't listed there. There's an opportunity to expand operations into a recycle center. That would allow solid waste services to pack and ship to Seattle, increasing the revenues significantly over what they're getting now, selling it to someone who does that. There are a number of other things. The closure of the disposal is another one. We are under the gun, evidently, from EPA to have the funds to do that, and disposal does not have it. And so the plan was to also back that up so that we're legal with EPA. I'm in favor of the amendment.
Mr. Honeman on the amendment.
Well, I guess I'm a little concerned. What is the, I'm trying to track the numbers because we got so many sheets now. What is 5% of the total gross revenue? What number could we take?
Through the chair, $560,000, sir.
Okay, so $560,000 is what, by law, we can do. And to basically put this ordinance there, we're saying let's suspend that law one time to take basically $3.5 million or just under $3.5 million more than what we would normally be authorized.
Right, and just so the body knows, that's been done on numerous occasions by the Assembly in the past.
You came up with this language?
Okay. And my only concern here at this point, mainly, of course, is, again, and I think it's been explained, that solid waste services being an enterprise or utility, if you want to call it that, enterprise, is not, yes, it's owned by the municipality and the taxpayers have the burden, if you will. If something tanked, we'd all be on the bucket for it or on the hinge. But I dare say that particularly in the collection side, wouldn't it also be true, Mr. Mayor, that the enterprise would go to the RCA and say we're short a certain amount and the ratepayers, not the taxpayers, would be responsible for paying more for collections if they had to pay for?
Yeah, we're not regulated by the RCA on the collection side. On the collection side,
okay. Well,
anything else, Mr. Honeman?
I'm not real comfortable that we get this kind of late in the day play in here, and it's really not. I mean, I would feel more comfortable if we had a little more clear information at the beginning. So,
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. I'm going to wrap up this because we need to vote on this item and move on. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the mayor for bringing forward a move to provide property tax relief, because I think every single one of us up here want to do just that. But the way that is being done, I have to continue to stick by what I said in the first place. It's prohibited. And that notwithstanding clause, bless his soul, Mr. Teshi, that was something that he brought up in terms of dealing with planning and zoning decisions, because after all, I mean, planning and zoning is an adjudicatory commission, but the final word when it comes to planning and zoning for our community is really left up to the Assembly. But when it comes to using the notwithstanding phrase when it comes to changing our code, I just think it's prohibited. And that's the biggest argument for me, is that it's prohibited to change the code. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston, then Mr. Sullivan, then we're voting.
I just need for clarification, because we're voting on Ms. Gray Jackson's amendment, and I will not be supporting that. I'm very concerned about solid waste services, even considering getting into recycling when you have a private corporation already doing it. And I'm not concerned as far as them getting new bins and new trucks. I think that's important. But I think the capitalization plan isn't as large as $5 million. The other aspect of this is I mean, we don't have a lot of documentation on this side either. But I just wanted to make it known that I was not supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Sullivan, last word before we vote on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I love getting the last word. The comment was made that, well, first, to speak to the notwithstanding, that is the Assembly's way of amending an ordinance. And again, it's done fairly frequently, not on every issue certainly, but I know at least once a year or so I've seen this come forward in my 9 years on the Assembly. It's certainly not uncommon. And just again to reiterate, this proposal that we've put forward leaves SWS in a very strong financial position, gives tax relief, expands the taxing capacity for future years when we lose possibly revenue sharing. And Mr. Steele, to you, the reason this, or Mr. Honeman, I think, made the comment, Ms. Gray Jackson's amendment just came to us, you know, in the last 24 hours. So in response to it, we put forward, you know, our amendment in response to it. We tried to find a compromise between what she was proposing and what we felt the body might find acceptable in terms of leaving SWS, again, strong financially, putting some money in the trust fund because they do have excess cash, and at the same time, again, expanding our taxing capacity. So it seemed like just a good compromise based on what Ms. Gray Jackson had presented to us. So it came late to us, so it came late to you.
Okay, that's for all the comments we're going to take on this. We're now going to vote on the amendment. Please vote. The yes will approve it, and no will not. The amendment's approved, 6-5. We now have in front of us 2015-42S is amended. Any other comments from assembly members before we vote? Tell me, get to where we're at and bring it up. Ready? Okay. Motion to approve is on the floor. Please vote. As amended. It's your choice.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman?
Mr. who? Mr. Starr, sir. You do the vote, sir.
I had thought I was in the queue to have a conversation, but it's okay.
That passes the votes 10-1.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Move immediate reconsideration, urge a no vote.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, could I weigh in on that when you get done with your discussion of it?
Do you want to discuss the issue to move immediate reconsideration, Mr. Mayor?
I do. I think you may want to wait until we're done with the rest of the documents, because I think there might be a ripple effect on what we do with the rest of the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw my motion.
Withdraw the second.
Mr. Holman, withdraw your second. Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, on that,
Mr. Flynn.
on that topic, because this is not a mill levy issue, we really don't need to immediately reconsider this one, even when we do finish with it. So,
I know. It gets to be an issue that comes up. We actually made progress. Next item in front of us is item 14F. Resolution Air 2015-107, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriating funds for the 2015 general government operating budget for the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska.
Mr. Chairman, did you want to...
And we have...
to combine the public hearing on these two?
Why don't we?
Okay. I would make a motion, but someone else has already got.
Well, actually, we're also going to have the public hearing on item AR 2015-107S, because we have an S version, too.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant I wanted to combine the public hearing on these, on items F and G, since they're interrelated.
We can do that.
Second.
Ask unanimous, say no objection. We're also open public hearing now on ordinance AO 2015-34. An ordinance setting the dates of tax levy, setting the rates of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for all service areas of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, general government for 2015. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, and spell your last name if you would, please. Anyone at all? We're talking about the budget. So if you want to testify on the city budget, come forward. I'm sorry, I was getting this thing from Ms. Nabowski, said put it in English. We're dealing with the budget. Welcome, sir.
Hello, my name is Christopher Constant, C-O-N-S-T-A-N-T, and I had come for a variety of reasons. I have been following the actions of the Ad Hoc Committee on Alcohol and Drug Abuse, and we've been working pretty hard as a group to come up with some strategies to deal with the issues that are challenging my neighborhood in particular and the rest of the city in general. And I was pretty impressed to see that the mayor had proposed through his fire department the no-buy list. And I also would take a second to say thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've done a little research, and looking back, the last time an executive of this city proposed to fund actual treatment services was a mayor formerly known as Sullivan. It's been a long time, and so credit to you on that. I hear there's been some changes in that proposal, and I'm glad to hear that there are some changes coming to that proposal, but credit must be given that we are seeming to have a community that's now starting to line up behind the idea that we need to provide some essential services to start mitigating this problem. Thank you. And so to that effect, I sat before the committee last month and made a proposal for a variety of ideas that could go forward to help mitigate some of the impacts. Some of the proposals included additional treatment services. Full disclosure, again, I do work for a treatment provider, and so I put that out there, but I do believe that's an essential element. But further, I am also on the board of the Fairview Business Association, and I have put forward to that body a proposal to create a workforce training program for public inebriates that are trying to move out of that lifestyle. There's an element that's missing in all of the services. Fairview went to Juneau last year and raised successfully $4 million to create a wraparound program to start moving people off of the streets into housing. One of the elements that isn't really part of that program is to start creating job training, help people move into meaningful ways to use their time so that they can start being reconnected, start earning a little bit of income, and start understanding what their impacts are on the community so that they have a sense and a little bit of stake in the game. And so the Fairview Business Association put forward a proposal last month to create a job training program. I don't know if you have that before you yet, but I would ask you to consider that as an element in your budget this quarter and this year, because if we don't do something to start helping these people help themselves, we're going to find ourselves on this continuous train asking the question, how are we going to continue funding this process? So that would be what I would ask for your support for. Thank you.
There are no questions from assembly members. Thank you, sir. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Welcome, ma'am. You've gotten off your cane now, huh?
I'm getting slower and slower. My name is Linda Kellen-Beagle. Thank you for letting me testify. And 20 years ago, I was approached by a woman at a recovery meeting, and she wanted to recruit me to work for a treatment center that I never attended. And I had, at that time, 10 years of sobriety, and they were going to offer me pretty good money, and I was pretty excited. And until I started to do some research and started talking to people who had been to this treatment center. And the treatment center was Schick Shadle. And this woman was a recruiter for Schick Shadle. She would go around the country and try to get people to recruit business for them. And it was always generally people who had long-term sobriety but didn't know anything about Schick Shadle. And so I started talking to people who had been through the program, and I just had people calling me and hearing that I might be working for them and just going crazy about it because they were the program. There were people that went through the program and then along with like maybe 20 other programs as well. And what bothered them was that Schick would stay in touch with them, find out if they were sober, and then take credit for their sobriety, even though they didn't stay sober after they went through Schick. And I'm very concerned because their numbers are questionable, and plus the fact, you know, their whole treatment plan is if you can handle it health-wise, then they make you throw up pretty much repeatedly for days and days and days. And if you can't handle it, then they use electric shock. So, and what we're talking about is aversion therapy for people who, like me, I was already a blackout drinker at 15. So I was pretty much puking my guts out on a regular basis and just drinking again. It wasn't going to do anything for me. I was already an alcoholic. And but what Mayor Sullivan's plan wants to do is take some of the sickest people, the people with the worst health over there at Carluck, and send them away to a place that it's quite possible they're going to be too sick. By the time they get there, they'll find out they're too sick to even go through the program. And if someone's a street alcoholic, I mean, we even saw in the newspaper in the last couple of days a medical doctor who talked about how this was the worst idea for this population. The one last thing is that Sheikh Shadle is for people who are yuppies. Sheikh Shadle is for people who don't have a long-term alcohol problem. And I just wanted to make sure you guys knew that, as well as how questionable their numbers are. So, thank you.
Questions from Assembly members? Ma'am, there are no questions. Thank you for being
Okay,
here tonight.
thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
I'm Don Smith, SMITH. Tonight, all I can talk about is my own experience with drugs and alcohol, and as far as treatment. I went into my first treatment center when I was 20 years old, right after I got back home from Marine Corps. And I've been fighting it. I'm 64 years old. Today I live a clean and sober life and a real good life. I work with a lot of people in recovery. That's how I maintain my sobriety today. As far as this is my own opinion and my own experience through the years, like I say, I work with a lot of people in this. They need to be around their loved ones. This disease doesn't just affect the ones that are a drug addict or an alcoholic. It affects the whole family. And in recovery, I spend more time. I sponsor a lot of people in this town. I have for years and years. And I find that I spend most of my time with phone calls from family members. You can't just get the person clean and sober in a family. You have to work with the whole family. It's a process that takes all healing. I have a lot of young kids that come to me and ask if I'll help them get their father back or their mother. But they have to help too, and I explain that to them. When you can't just send someone to a treatment center and get them clean and sober and give them a bag of tools, that we call it, to come home and start living clean and sober. You have to share these tools with everyone in that family. So say you take a young teenage kid that their father and mother's been drunk all the time, and so they've got to go and do what they wanted to do. Well, then these individuals get clean and sober, and then you send them back home. So then they start setting down rules. And these people in that household don't understand why now. So it's a process of the whole family. I've been talking about this for many, many years up here and a lot of other places and in Juneau. We got to just stop putting these people in treatment centers. And then, like the gentleman was saying, I've been saying that for years. I run a program of... Anyway, we need to keep these... Pardon?
Don, I know you say you've helped people, and how many people you say you've dozens, hundreds? Hundreds
of them. I've had up to 40 people in my facilities, which I pay for all my own. I get them clean and sober. I get them jobs.
Well, I just want to thank you for that.
That's what we've got to do. In fact, I'm leaving to go to Washington here on the 6th and talk to some international companies about coming in here.
Thank you.
We got to get some money coming in here rather than just this oil and stuff. But when I get home, I'm going to stop all this other stuff I'm doing, and I'm going to concentrate, and I'm going to work on this homeless problem and the drugs and the alcohol problems, and I'm going to help these people help themselves get their pride back.
Mr. Smith, we got a long agenda. I appreciate you
Yeah.
wanting to work in the community. Thank you, sir.
Anyway, keep them home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please go forward.
Good evening again. My name is Sylvia. This time I'm representing ARBRA, the Anchorage Responsible Beverage Retailers Association. And on behalf of ARBRA, we submitted a request for your consideration for funding. ARBRA has been in existence since the year 2000. I wrote a speech, but I don't need it. As you know, Ed O'Neill has been the advocate for ARBRA, and he wishes he was here today, but he had a family situation and he won't be here until May 6th. However, we have gone through a lot of the ups and downs and challenges in our community. And what I mean by that is our liquor stores, especially with Brown Jug back in 1999 and forward, when Ed O'Neill was the owner, a lot of the community, because of the chronic inebriates and the situation with the illegal camps, the package stores at the liquor industry were blamed. So Ed O'Neill took this step forward, and he says, you know what, we can be proactive, and we can start working in the community. We are not the problem, but we can be part of the solution. And that's how ARBRA started. And I have here Jonath. Jonath, he is a supervisor for our cleanup. And then Louis, he's a volunteer. He volunteers all the time for ARBRA. And I will let Jonah tell you a little bit about what he does every day and the challenges that he takes when he goes out there.
Right. Good evening. Again, my name's Jonath. And basically what I do is I go around and I help clean up actually I don't help, I do clean up the homeless camps around Anchorage. I go around to the Brown Jugs, I go to bus stops, basically select areas around Anchorage. And I run into everything, everything you can imagine, from, I'm not even gonna be specific about it. But it's a challenging job. It really is. Running into all the homeless every day, confrontations, going to the CAP team and, seeing everything. It's just really challenging. And we need help, basically. We do. We need help from everybody so we can continue our job and, continue cleaning up.
Thank you, sir. What's your last name, by the way?
Rendon. R-E-N-D-O-N.
I'm Louis Philomedes, and I help him clean some of these areas that we're talking about. And from what I've seen, I know he didn't want to say feces, but yeah, we do clean that. We do clean all kind of just nasty stuff. And I don't mind volunteering to do that. I want our city to look pretty. I want it to look good. I invite people from New York, and I want it to, when they come here, to represent a good city. So I believe that whatever ARBRA is asking for, it's going to be to our benefit for the city. It'll benefit not only us as the community, but the inebriates themselves, because we also, with those funds, we go and we hire some of these guys from Beans Cafe and give them an incentive to start work and employment, which I think is very important. I just pray and hope that you guys fund this because it's so important.
Thank you, sir. The mayor has a question. Mr. Mayor?
I wanted to say that I truly appreciate the work that ARBRA does, and in our S version, we've incorporated $95,000 for community grants, of which 20 is committed to ARBRA, and the rest we did not fund AEDC in our original budget. So we heard your request, and if the Assembly approves, it'll be approved.
Thank you.
Can I say one last thing? I want to thank all of you for supporting ARBRA, supporting our community. It's not only cleanup for our eyes, but also our grown-ups, our children. That's why, Jonas Youth, and we have him out there challenging, and challenges that he faces all the time with the inebriates. However, he is not aggressive. If anything, he tries to help him out and see how we can help him move forward. And again, I want to thank you all very much for supporting ARPA.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all?
Hello, Assembly members. My name is Josh Beagle, B-I-E-G-E-L. I'm here to testify today about urging your support for animal control officers with APD. In 2010, we had a dog that was leashed in our yard, and in the spring, another dog that had gotten away from its owners, that was not on a leash, came over into our yard and attacked our dog. Unfortunately, that day, our dog did not survive that encounter, and we lost our dog that day. Later that year, we got ourselves another dog, another Sheltie, and we always keep that dog on leash whenever we take it outside of our yard. But in order to protect our own dog from the unleashed and roving animals that do come into our yard into our area fairly frequently, we paid for fencing on land that we don't actually own to make sure that our dog has a safe environment in which to be outside. And so I would urge that we make sure that we do have animal control officers that can be called out to pick up strays and other wandering animals that may pose a danger to people's household pets, so that they don't have to protect them as we had to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Has your daughter recovered from seeing this happen?
A lot more than she was, but she didn't want to come here. So, yeah.
I hope she gets better. It's awful traumatic to see your dog torn apart.
Yeah, it was violent.
Our dog died in our daughter's arms on our way to the animal hospital, unfortunately.
Sorry for that. There are no questions. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Hauser, Houser, and I'm here tonight to speak in support of budget revision item to fund 3 additional enforcement officers with the Anchorage Animal Care and Control Center. I've lived in Anchorage for 37 years, and I'm a homeowner. The problem with off-leash dogs on our city trails, and evidently in neighborhoods too, and I know this from my own street, the problem is off the charts. It's a public safety issue. People should not be afraid to use our trails or walk in their neighborhoods due to loose dogs. Now, don't get me wrong, I love dogs. My husband and I have 3 dogs. They're all rescues and all mutts. So I'm not a, fancy schmancy breed type person. I am also a volunteer with the Anchorage Waterways Council as a volunteer water quality monitor, and I volunteer for Scoop the Poop and the creek cleanup events. I'm always speaking up about the need for people to pick up after their dogs, as well as having them on a leash. We walk our dogs on leash for their protection, our protection, and for the well-being of wildlife, all the way from songbirds, ducks, geese, moose, to bears. Oh, and yeah, one other thing, it also happens to be the law as specified by Title 17. I think public education is a part of this equation of decreasing the number of off-leash dogs. And I'm working with the Animal Control Advisory Board to try to get some things out there for more public education. But I also think that I changed my comments there, that we need to get out there and make the public aware of the leash law and to reinforce that, indeed, Anchorage has a leash law and a requirement to pick up after your pet. However, enforcement is also needed. At current staffing levels, Anchorage Animal Care and Control Center enforcement is in reactive mode only. They simply don't have enough staff to be a presence in the community. While many more enforcement officers are needed to get to the 17 that was actually recommended by an audit that was done some years ago, 3 additional officers would be a good start. There could be enforcement efforts at random targeted areas, high-use areas, such as Westchester Lagoon, where people are always letting their dogs off leash, to, frankly, neighborhood parks where children are playing, people let their dogs off leash. And for those of you who are thinking it's not an issue in your area, that's akin to me saying I shouldn't have to pay for schools because I do not currently, actually never have had children in the Anchorage school system. We are a community. I care as much about neighborhoods in Mountain View, Fairview, Muldoon, Eagle River, and Chugiak as I do my own. The argument that off-leash dogs and poopy trails and the resulting impaired water quality isn't a problem where you live in the greater Anchorage area just doesn't hold any water with me.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Appreciate your testimony. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward.
Hi, my name's Joanne Inglis, and I'm the president of Anchorage Municipal Employees Association. I wasn't here tonight with the intention to testify on such a matter, but after hearing about the issue with the code enforcement and the dogs, I wanted to bring it to the Assembly's attention that sometimes the employees do run across these rogue dogs out in the community. And the employees, they really don't have any defense for this other than their own wit or some other way. So it would probably be a good thing to add code enforcement officers for the dog patrol or for picking up the dogs, because this is a health hazard for the municipal employees as well. In one instance, had the homeowner not been home, the employees probably would have been severely hurt. They ended up dodging into a garage, and the dogs took off after the homeowner scared them away. So this does happen. It's not just a 1 or 2 incident. It happens often. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting.
My name is Janet Jones. I'm a member of the First Covenant Church of Anchorage, which is a member of AFACT, and which is a coalition of 15 churches in Anchorage with a combined membership of 10,000 residents of the city. And I come to remind this assembly that 2 months ago on February 23rd, over 200 people attended a town hall meeting at First Covenant Church addressing the #1 social problem affecting Anchorage, which is substance abuse. The Assembly Chair, Dick Trainey, and Ad Hoc Committee Chair, Bill Evans, listened to the findings of our own year-long research into the problem of substance abuse, which in the end narrowed it down to the paucity of detox beds in Anchorage. I won't go into the kind of testimony that they were listening to. It was very moving. And as people described their problems with it, of having, in 5 cases, to have to go to the state of Washington to get treatment, to our shame, instead of because they couldn't find it in Anchorage. Now, everyone agrees that there's a problem and something should be done about it, and we even know how to do it. Our Mayor Sullivan has developed a fine plan, and I've studied it, but it's gone nowhere, as have none of the reports that have accumulated over the years, which form a stack, several feet high. Because there isn't the commitment. So that's what I'm asking you for tonight, a commitment. Now, Mayor Sullivan also has another proposal that one of your persons up here testified about. I don't know anything about this plan of aversion therapy, but I know it is not mainstream care. My husband is a physician, and that I'm sure you would want to research that. If there's a $3 million surplus in the budget, in our city, in our coffers. How about using that as a start of getting something done on treatment, detox treatment? We have 14 beds, only 14 beds, and those are for adult people who need chemical detox in Anchorage. Half the population is detoxed here, and it's not enough. The whole system is broken, as Mr. Evans has often pointed out, but that is really the starting point, and it's a matter of life and death for the people who need it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing same non-public testimony is closed. What's the body, Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to approve AR 2015-107S.
Is
Second.
there a second? Mr. Sullivan, queued in. Mr. Sullivan?
I wanted to walk through some of the changes from the original version that you saw at the work session. They're fairly minor, and part of it based on amendments that were submitted by Assembly members. In the Assembly memorandum that accompanies the resolution, these are listed, but I'll walk through them anyway. One is the independent review of Title 21, which is required to see if it complies with federal laws. That's a $30,000 increase. We are proposing an increase of $400,000 to provide funding for the Domestic Violence Sexual Assault Intervention Program. We've been fortunate over the last couple of years to get funding from the state. This is one of the most successful programs in the entire state, and this does not fully fund it, but it allows the program to continue. And again, very, very important program. Sorry that we didn't get our state funding, but we think the community can step up and continue this very important program. As I mentioned earlier, $95,000 and change for community grants, which include $20,000 for ARBRA and AEDC, which we did not include in our original appropriations. We've got the $40,000 match to Park and Rec Department to match the Anchorage Park Foundation's grant. Again, the donated sound system, electrical service, etc. We do have in there the appropriation for Schick Shadle. I've met with the committee chair, Mr. Evans, and I've made the commitment that we would not spend this money. We would have the capacity to spend it, but we want to let his committee finish their work first, and they may have recommendations. During this period of time, we will have Schick Shadle and our Health and Human Services Department present to the committee. Melinda Freeman has drawn up a draft plan of how it would work, and for those who testified on it, it does include a continuum of care back here in our community after the initial treatment. And again, people who haven't really studied Schick Shadle, I know there's anecdotal things that are said, but it is a full hospital. It has a detox capacity, full medical service, and the aversion therapy. They treat the medical condition of addiction. So it's not just detoxing somebody and saying, okay, go back out. It's really treating that medical condition of addiction, and they're pretty darn successful at it. But we want to give the committee the opportunity to do their work before we would spend any of that money, but we would appreciate the allocation because the committee may come up with a better way to spend it, and at least we'll have that capacity already in the budget. And then just a quick anecdotal comment about our homeless plan. We put together a homeless leadership team, 40-plus nonprofits, all discussing ways to deal with the problem. And I would disagree that the plan has gone nowhere. Our cold weather plan now has 8 or 9 church facilities with hundreds of bed nights available for non-intoxicated folks to have a place to sleep, and it's been amazing success. Our grants to Clare House and to Covenant House allowed them to finish their facilities. Clare House alone is able to double their capacity for women and their children who are homeless. Covenant House, as you know, with the homeless teens, the grants have been very successful. And then, of course, Carlick Manor, getting the chronic inebriates off the streets, the ones that were dying in our alleys and our dumpsters in a more humane setting. So I wouldn't say the plan's gone nowhere. I think the plan has had some big successes. Is there more to do? Yeah, there's more to do. So that's the highlights of the budget proposal. Clearly, we were proposing doing something different with the SWS monies, and depending how some of the amendments are moved and the final decision, that's why I asked to hold off on a reconsideration, because there may be something that you may want to reconsider in using those funds. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Gray Jackson, move your amendments forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Mr.
I have a couple questions for the administration before we get
Go
into
ahead,
the minutes, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. First off, by my notes, I just want to confirm, basically, in the S version, we've incorporated amendments 1, 2, and 7 in our packet. And while you're ripping through the paper, Ms. Guyard, a question, Mr. Mayor, for the balance of the community grants, the $75,500 you've put in the S version, did you have a plan for those that you want to share with us? Or is it
That's the AEDC. We did not fund them. We didn't meet our obligation in the original budget.
Got it. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry, I
thanks.
missed that. And then, final question was on the Schick-Shadle funding. I think I might be more comfortable, so I'll bounce this off of you to think about before we get to that amendment, holding that in fund balance and making an appropriation once the committee decides what they want to do. So you just think about that before we get to that amendment. I'd appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, amendment number 3. I move amendment number 3, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the department is the mayor's office, and the amount of requested funding is $216,000. And I'm going to read the description so that everybody understands what it's about.
Do I get a second on
Second.
It's to provide a grant to the Fairview Business Association to organize a work program for chronic inebriates in conjunction with local businesses. This funding will provide for a coordinator to oversee recruitment of businesses to participate in hiring people in a socially relevant context. The funding will cover startup costs to include office space rental and equipment, utilities, website development, and other social network activities, outreach materials, and supplies. The startup cost is for the initial year. It is anticipated that $176,000 annually in ongoing costs will be required to maintain the program in future years. And this revenue source is property taxes. And may I make a comment, Mr. Chairman, before we go on? Because I have several amendments that are public safety related. And I also want to let the public know that none of our amendments include funding for any additional police academies. And the reason why is because we have one that's supposed to start in May and another one in October. So it's really not necessary to provide any funding right now because it wouldn't happen anyway. But I can rest assured that during the 2016 budget process, we will be adding funding for additional police academies. But I just wanted to make that point, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dombrowski on amendment 3. It's her first one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I like to do when we do these budget amendments, I like to keep track and have a tally. So, Ms. Guyard, if you can tell me, with the movement of the solid waste services money earlier, where is our starting point under the tax cap?
It's what's under the cap left. It's 4.6.
Through the chair, Ms. Dombrowski, the mayor's proposed budget left you $1.6 million under the tax cap. Removing the $4 million in revenues from the budget, I believe leaves you at $4.6 million under the cap.
I
need to verify
I couldn't
that.
hear you.
I'm sorry. Just let me verify that with Marilyn 1 second.
Okay.
You got to include the school district number, too.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. Marilyn, why don't you answer the question because you have the Excel spreadsheet.
Through the chair.
Speak in your microphone, ma'am.
There you go.
Green
Put him
and
close
oval.
to you.
Through the chair, if the solid waste revenues are taken out of the budget, we will be $2.38 million over the cap.
Okay, so Marilyn, you're so quiet over there. So what you're saying is, with the earlier action of the assembly, you're saying we're 2.38 million over the cap. Is that what you said?
Correct. Through the chair, correct.
So we're already over the tax cap. Does that include ASD's taxing capacity?
Through the chair, no, it does not.
So then we would be $380,000 over the cap starting right now if you're using ASD's taxing capacity?
Through the chair, there is taxing capacity beyond that for ASD if you chose to take the taxing capacity of ASD.
And what is that number?
The total taxing capacity of ASD in total is about $5 million. $5 million.
Exactly. We need to know if we're passing amendments that are going to be taxing. We need to know for sure, not an estimation. Is that the exact number?
Go ahead.
The available ASD capacity, inclusive of the amendment of the revised budget, is $5,339,027.
So that's the all-in taxing capacity on the muni side and ASD side, with taking into account what happened earlier tonight with solid waste services, correct?
Through the chair, that is not correct.
Okay.
If you would apply the ASD capacity to the amount that we're currently over on the municipal side, the available capacity will be $2,958,582.
$582?
Correct.
All right, so we effectively really have $2,958,000. I can't even talk. $2,958,582 all in municipality-wide ASD MOA taxing capacity left after the movement of solid waste services back. Thank you so much for going through that exercise with me. It's very helpful. All right, Mr. Chair, I am ready to go now.
Okay. Mr. Flynn, on the amendment in front of us, sir.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to talk about. Just to let you, for the information of the body, I'm sure you picked up on this. This is the subject that Mr. Constant came to speak to us about during public testimony. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Gray Jackson, on the amendment in front of us, your amendment, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just pass. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Evans, on the amendment in front of us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a concern with the amendment, and it's the same concern I had with the Schick-Shadle money that we're going to address in a subsequent amendment. And it's basically just a process kind of issue. I think, you know, this program is good. Mr. Constant is a diligent worker for Fairview. He's been working hard with our committee to try to address these problems, and I want to support him in every way I can. But the way we've been doing things with that committee, and it's not the be-all, end-all of how government works, but because this problem of the chronic inebriates is complicated, it's a human problem, it has millions of different angles, we took the approach from the beginning of the committee back in last summer to explore every possible angle we could, to have all the experts we could find come in and address the committee so that we would be educated as to the problem and educated as to the solutions. And in order to, you know, we don't have unlimited money. Matter of fact, we had set a discussion about how much money we may have. But with everything we do, everything we spend money on towards this problem is money we don't spend on another issue towards this problem. And my concern is with this proposal for the work program, while I'm intrigued by it, I think it's a good idea. We don't have a lot of meat on the bones as far as what is going to constitute success with this, what's going to constitute our objectives, how many people. I think are things that we need to flesh out more. I think that would be done more appropriately in the context of the entire committee process, where we're weighing all those other options, whether it's competing with detox, and it's competing with treatment, and it's competing with law enforcement and the CAP team funding. And unless we look at those all together at the same time, we're not likely to come up with the absolute best solution we can, where we get the best bang for the taxpayer's dollar. So while I am not opposed to the concept, I think it's a good idea. I appreciate Ms. Gray Jackson and the others bringing it forward. I think it would be better to reserve this money either in general funds, if we're going to do that, or if not, within the budget of the Health and Human Services Department, for when we come to the conclusion of that committee and have a comprehensive answer as far as how to treat this problem. And that should be this summer by all measures. And it's not a turf thing that I'm trying to, control this money for the committee. I just think that is the way we should approach government when we're problem solving. Because we do this a lot. We shoot from the hip. If there's a problem and somebody has a solution, we'll say, yeah, that's a problem. This is a solution. We'll throw money towards it. And we don't necessarily put it in the context of all the other ways of approaching that problem. So it's just a lesson, I think, in doing government better. But if we could amend this to put the money somewhere else and not commit it to this program at this time, I could support it, but I couldn't support it in its current format. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I'd kind of like to echo Mr. Evans' discussion points, but I'd also like to suggest to the Fairview Community Council that it would be more helpful for me to support this if you went back and you spent some time with the agencies around Fairview, you work for Aquila, going to Rural Cap, and coming up with a program that actually could be then discussed during the community grant process also, where it was fully itemized out and it showed that it was a cooperative program amongst most all the caregivers. I think I'd feel much more comfortable with that. So it's to me, it's not fully fleshed. It hasn't been fully fleshed with the Assembly's efforts, with the administration. I think you're onto something, but I wouldn't be ready to endorse it at this point.
Mr. Honeman, on the amendment in front of us.
I don't know how this is going to go, whether it'll pass or fail, but I want to give my credence to the Fairview Business Association. Mr. Constant, I know you're here. Is anybody else here from the Fairview Business Association? Or just Mr. Constant? Okay. I think it probably would be helpful if we had what justified the number, like a budget or something that, like Mr. Evans said, more of the meat on the bone, so to speak. So it talks about equipment, office space, utilities, things like that. But that doesn't scream, how many people you intend to serve and what kind of work that you either have potentially lined up or things like that. But in any event, I think it's a great start to have the conversation. I know that we spend an inordinate amount of money on the Anchorage Safety Patrol and the Sleep-Off Center. A lot of our money goes there. There's a lot of pass-through grants. The mayor's right about a lot of the pass-through monies that come through from the federal state funding that we spend through other grants and such. It's not all Health and Human Service money. In fact, we probably do need to do better in that regard. But I would also continue to urge you, and as I would this entire community, we collect a large amount of money on alcohol taxes. The state does, and a lot of it comes from our community. And I'd like for us all to recognize and continue that effort to try to, we're not going to get state funding for this. I know we're not going to get, that's why we're doing the domestic violence program on our own, out of our own pocket. A lot of money started from the feds, came from the state, and we put very little into it. We just put the bodies over under the grants. But good on you. I don't know if it'll pass or not, Chris, but please let your group know that, this is a great effort to try to, I'd much better trust private individual working that it'll continue and maybe the efforts will go. You leave it with the government. First time we have a budget problem.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. We've got to move on, sir.
Thanks.
Got too many things to deal with tonight. Mr. Starr, and then Mr. Hall.
I'm going to use this opportunity to speak to most of the reasons why I'll vote no on quite a few of these amendments. Generally, we use this period of time to make sure that the tax bills go out on time. That's a culmination of reviewing how we ended last year. We look at the cash positions of our critical accounts, our emergency reserves, our fund balances that back up our bond ratings, and perhaps any areas that we didn't have a finishing discussion with at the end of the year last year when we approved this year's budget, which starts in October, and we battle it out till sometime in early December. And that sets the funding plans forward for the period that we're in. So I look at this period of time as areas where we tweak and we get correct and we move forward with the plan that was established. And that's, as Budget and Finance Chair over many years, we encouraged significant dialogues that we don't do at first quarter budget amendments. We don't have the long work sessions, the multiple public hearings, the department heads at our disposal, fleshing it out over less and less duress. Some of these amendments came at us, including the S version, quick. it's a big package when you're trying to set tax rates for the school district and for that. Not unsurmountable, but every time we add a new project or a new scope or a new expectation that government can solve this at this period of time right now, I don't think we do it as well as we do if we think about it. So some of my ruling and my personal approach to how we do this is a higher level, not getting into the weeds. Certainly I want the accuracy of what we determined to be there, but you know, these sort of things are frustrating. And finally, it is a lecture, is the tax cap is not a goal. We shouldn't strive to get to the top. How much money can we collect? How much money should we collect is the question I always put out there. Where is the balance between that? So the idea that all of a sudden we're going to earmark and keep cognizant on that tax cap, let's go for it, let's do that, seems to be sometime the maximum. That is critical, Mr. Flynn. You'll have that conversation perhaps later about our need to preserve our taxing ability as funding sources from the state dry up or don't keep coming our way. But sort of the opportunity to tax now because we might need to collect later is frustrating when you understand how the tax cap is calculated. The tax cap is primarily a starting base on the total taxes we collected last year. That's the first number we start with. Then we adjust it by a population formula. We automatically ratchet it up. We automatically adjust it for CPI as well. So the tax cap isn't necessarily a stagnant number. It has elements of it that make sense. The new assessments play a big significant part in that. As our community grows, we tax more. Our taxing capacity and authority is that. And I'm not doing it to preach. It's just we've already increased the budget through CPI and population adjustments when it comes to the total taxes that we can collect. So to keep an eye on the target of that seems to be a little less necessary perhaps, and perhaps understand where that money comes from when we get to the next step, and that's set the mill rates. Sending those bills out to those customers, in my case, is waiting for those calls to come in and say, why did my taxes go up? So in that case, I'll quit preaching, but I'm not going to support this one. It's a new program. No offense to the designers and the energy that goes into it, but best talked about under a different environment.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, sir, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I assume that Mr. Evans is going to make an amendment. I know his committee is doing some remarkable work, the outreach to the community, the involvement of all the entities in the community in addressing this. I would be very pleased to see some dollars set aside that when they do their work, we have the ability to do some implementation. So if there is an amendment to this, which I'm assuming Mr. Evans is going to support, I could be supportive.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson, before we vote on your amendment.
Chairman, I'll try and be quick too, but I want to thank Mr. Starr for so eloquently explaining to folks who maybe didn't know how the tax cap works. One of the issues is, and again, I don't advocate taxing to the cap, but I certainly do advocate collecting enough money to pay for services in our community for a population that is no longer 200,000, but over 300,000. And we are getting emails and calls, and all you got to do is read the newspaper and see how much crime is escalating in different ways within our community. And in order to deal with our situation, there are things that we need to do. And like I just said, I'm bringing forward, with support from two other assembly members, amendments that address public safety within our community. And that's about it. And I'm responding to the community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Evans, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since Mr. Hall put me on the spot, I will make an amendment to amendment number 3, and changing the direction of the funding from the mayor's office to Health and Human Services Department, and description of the amendment. I would change the entire paragraph just to say chronic inebriate
mitigation?
That sounds, yeah, the chronic inebriate program, and leave it at that. And that'll dovetail with a later amendment where I plan to do the same thing with the Schick-Shadle money.
Okay. We need a second on that one. Moved and seconded for Mr. Evans' amendment. Discussion on Mr. Evans' amendment. Ms. Dabowski, on the amendment?
Yes, sir. So the intent of that, I don't know if we have to tighten up the language at all, but the intent of that, it's essentially a placeholder not to be spent essentially by, so, you know how I am. I like to have it a little bit more specific. I don't know if I'm the only one who feels that way, but.
I think in light of Assembly comment, the administration will heed the fact that this is essentially a parking lot.
Okay.
Mr. Starr, on Mr. Evans' amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, I guess, you know, we're taxing now to put it in the bank, I think is what is also happening, and that's frustrating for me as well, as we don't really know what we're going to do with it, but we better collect it. And so the idea that it's not coming out of fund balance or some other known circumstance, we're increasing the police budget, we're increasing the fire department budget, you know, and we're also going to now increase property taxes to put it in the bank or put it over in DHS. That's still decided later. That's troublesome to me.
Ms. Gray Jackson, final comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm truly honored to be a member of the Assembly's Ad Hoc Committee on Alcohol and Drug Abuse. And one of our mission statements is to find resources and funding to help with the situation. So although I brought forward this amendment to be specific as far as where the money was going, I'm quite pleased with our chairman of that committee's secondary motion, and I support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Please vote. This will be on the amendment to the amendment. That passes. We now have to vote on the amendment as amended, added into the budget. Please vote. That is approved. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move amendment number 4.
Second.
And it's submitted by myself, Mr. Trainor, and Mr. Honeman, the Department of Health and Human Services, and it's $129,720. And it is to provide funding for a homeless coordinator. When the mayor was elected in 2009, he noted considerable concern regarding the homeless, and he hired a homeless coordinator to assist in expediting the strategic action plan. The executive position was implemented in 2009, and it's been vacant since 2012. This is a needed position that will function as a senior policy advisor on issues related to homelessness in Anchorage, manage the Cold Weather Plan, temporary sheltering for the homeless, including sheltering with local churches, and collaborating with other community partners in addressing homelessness-related issues, including potential recovery centers for inebriates. And again, the amount is $129,720, and the funding source is area-wide general fund balance. And if I can continue, Mr. Chairman, really quick, we were advised that there is, and I'll call it surplus from 2014, there is $300,000 left. It may be a little bit different, but that's why I'm asking for this money to come from fund balance. And one other quick comment. At our Public Safety Committee meetings for the last couple of years, we've been told by the health department that, oh yeah, we have resources for a homeless coordinator, and they really don't, and they still don't. And that's why I think it's important to bring this amendment forward, and I really would appreciate the support of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Johnston on the amendment.
Yes, I would like to ask our Health and Human HHS Director, as far as resources for a position like this, or how you feel this currently is being handled.
Thank you. Would you please repeat the question?
I've understood that Health and Human Services has resources to develop this position to work with the homelessness, and that you are currently working on this. And I'd like you to say how you're doing it and what you look for this next year.
Okay, thank you for asking. We don't currently have the financial resources for a homeless coordinator unless that were to be passed by the Assembly. The way we are addressing and the resources we're currently using to address homelessness are, I have about 32 years experience in Alaska, related to behavioral health and addiction treatment and homelessness. We also have a division manager, Mr. Stephen Ashman, who has extensive experience in working with the homeless and developing innovative programs to this effect. So in that way, we have applied a great deal of resources, and our budget for that effort. We don't have a specific homeless coordinator, but we have resources that we're using in our expertise to address this. We've been very active in the ad hoc committee on alcohol and substance abuse. That's part of my history, is working as an executive director in this effort, both in housing development and chronic addictions. So in that way, we're applying a great deal of resources to that effort, but we don't have a specific homeless coordinator per se to address that.
Anything else, Ms. Johnston?
Do you see, I mean, because you yourself and your director bring such a wealth of resources to this, do you see a position like this? I mean, do you see validity in this position? Because, I mean, how would you use a person like this to complement your skills?
I think that it's an incredibly complex problem, and due to the complexity, I think a homeless coordinator could be a complement to what we're already doing. The resources that we're using in our staff time are to provide the speakers and the experts that speak to the ad hoc committee. We also have a great deal of expertise in funding and developing housing projects. I was the person that was in charge of the Carlock Manor project, and that took 3 years to develop. So as far as timing and methodical planning, that was a very lengthy project. So a homeless coordinator would complement our team by specifically honing in on that one specific issue. As the director of the health department, we have an eclectic group of services that we oversee, from the cemetery to animal control to disease prevention, et cetera, et cetera. So it would allow us the time to have one specific person working with the community on that issue.
Ms. Johnson, anything else, ma'am? Thank you. Any other comments from Assembly members? If not, please vote on the amendment. That amendment is approved. 7-4. Ms. Gray Jackson, the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next amendment is number 5, submitted by myself, Mr. Trainee, Mr. Honeman. And the department is Health and Human Services. And in 1999, the National Animal Control Association conducted a comprehensive study of the Anchorage Animal Care and Control Center, which highlighted the need for additional officers. Based on a number of requests for service in the coverage area of Girdwood to Chugach, NACA recommended 17 additional officers. This amount would increase the amount of animal control of the contract in order to add 3 additional officers. The requested funding includes labor and benefits, training, operational costs, supplies, equipment, vehicle operation, and vehicle purchases where needed.
Second.
The request, again, is $273,980, and the source of funding is property taxes. And you heard from, I think, 3 citizens in our community, and plus we're getting additional emails and phone calls in regard to the number of incidences with, I don't want to call them wild dogs, but stray dogs on trails and other areas. I think this is another public safety issue for our community that needs to be dealt with today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray Jackson, second by Mr. Holman. Mr. Peterson, comments on the amendment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I've only been a member of this body for a little over a year. The first 3 calls that I got after I was elected were problems with stray dogs attacking non-stray dogs, I guess we'll call it. So, and I've had additional emails and phone calls in the ensuing months as well. So there's definitely a need for additional staff over at the animal control. So I'm going to be
Mr. Evans, on the amendment in front of us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern is simply, again, with the information we have before us. It sounds like there's a lot of anecdotal evidence for a need for more officers. If it's the same number of officers they had since 1999, the city has grown up. It seems to make sense that there would be that need. And we've heard from people talking about their individual experiences. What would be very helpful, because this is an increase of almost 50% in their manpower, a pretty substantial increase. If we had actual, I would like to know what calls, how many calls they get, how many calls they can't handle, when those are, if there's a specific issue they could help us understand better about what resources they need I would be, more supportive rather than going just on the sort of anecdotal evidence of people having had problems, because we can add, 3 officers and people will still have problems with loose dogs. So I just don't get the scope of the problem. Thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson, and then Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your comments, Mr. Evans. This was a recommendation from the Animal Control Advisory Board, and we brought this amendment, Mr. Train and I brought this amendment to the body last year during the 2015 budget process, and it failed 7-4. And again, we're just hopeful that the rest of our colleagues will see a need for this and approve it this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Honeman.
I just want to echo that. As chair of the Public Safety Committee the last 5 years, this is a topic that continually comes through. In fact, the Animal Control Advisory Board did pass a resolution and presented it. We actually had a Public Safety Committee meeting at the Animal Control Shelter. They actually took us through and showed us some of the processes and things like that. So it's not just anecdotal. It's a real concern. It's a service, if you will, that has been lagging, and we just haven't been doing it. So I urge support.
Mr. Starr, on the amendment in front of us, sir.
That's what I'm speaking to. Mr. Wheeler, I have a question for you. The inference in this amendment on increasing the service contract amount, what would that look like in terms of the contract we already have? I think we have a new service provider. It's an executive branch decision, I guess, in terms of appropriating by department, but the inference is we're going to open up the contract. Are we allowed to do that? We can certainly apply more money to DHSS, but the inference that we've got a bid contract, I believe.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I missed the proposal to provide this money towards a contract, but typically your contract award is approved by AM, and that sets a dollar limit, so you would need to amend the contract authority. You would probably need to amend the scope of the contract if you're asking them to do more or additional work. We'd have to look at that.
So, okay. Well, I appreciate that. No, I'm not ready to move until we actually have an action plan on that. And again, appropriating by department. We're going to have a new mayor here, folks. I think the priorities and the processes that they follow, whoever that may be, will probably answer up to some of the stuff that we're all concerned about. These are second bites of the apple. We hashed out these at the budget approval process last December. This one, the homelessness coordinator, we're just kind of reliving December here. So urge to stay on task and let's get it done.
Any other comments from Assembly members before we vote? Since I've got time, I'm going to make a comment on this. Sorry. What? I'll stay here. I intend to vote to support this. You all know my wife's on the Animal Control Advisory Board for the last 12 years. No, she's advisory. Just to let you know, I hear this all the time, the problem they've got meeting the needs. And LV and I get a call all the time from people with animal control problems. There's not enough officers to get there. And we simply need, I'm going to vote yes to appropriate more money. I'll let it go at that. Please vote. Item was approved, 6-5. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next amendment moved is amendment number 6, Assembly Members Gray Jackson and Cheney. It's community development. The amount is $115,880. And this is to provide funding for an entry-level senior planner to assist with the required marijuana land use regulations. Again, another public safety issue, an issue that we're going to be dealing with in a big way sooner than later. And the source of funding is property taxes, and I would appreciate your support on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hall on the amendment, then Ms. Johnston. Mr. Hall, anything on this? You're the head of our committee.
Only what I made in my open comments, Mr. Trainee. We've got a pretty short window here to get ourselves prepared, And at this point in time, we really don't have guidance from the state. I understand that there will be regulations coming, but prior to that, they've got to get a board appointed and approved in order for them to be able to begin the process. So I think it's important that we be prepared at the local level to deal with this issue as it comes before us.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
I guess this is to both Mr. Wheeler and Mr. Hall. As far as your current work on this, do you feel it's as much community development as you feel it's the legal department? I mean, I can understand going forward maybe when we start talking about licensing and whatever we have with the state in an arrangement on permits, but the current work you're doing, where are you getting most of your information, community development or the legal department?
It's probably been 50-50, to be honest with you. We're going to have some municipal code we're going to have to write. At this point in time, we're trying to determine exactly how we're going to do the zoning. I don't think there's any question from individuals that as far as grow and processing, that all needs to be in industrial land. The retail B3, but we've got to get those designations, specifically where we're going to allow these operations. That's all in the planning department. We're also having discussions about whether we're going to do land use permits or whether we're going to use conditional use permits. Whether it's going to be a process that can actually be handled in the planning department or whether with the conditional use we would be dealing with it ourselves. So a fair amount of work that needs to be done to be prepared to handle this. Planning department has already put together 3 options for us. We've looked at the third option, which would make us prepared, allowing time for all the public testimony that needs to occur to hopefully have this wrapped up by December 24th, which would be 2 months in advance of the legalization of marijuana, which is going to give our police department and others time to do what they've got to do to be prepared for this when the industrial portion of the marijuana comes online. With that, I'll defer to Mr. Wheeler.
Mr. Wheeler?
Through the chair, what is being deferred to me in terms of the question?
You know, I think there's such a big gap between myself and the administration that no one quite ever hears my question.
I'm sorry, I'm playing with worksheets here with Mary.
Right, no problem.
Sometimes I'm not.
No, I was questioning this position as far as at this point with the local work on the marijuana issue is a larger or as much of an impact on the legal department as it is on the community development department. And Mr. Hall was telling me what he felt was community development, and I wanted to know as far as legal.
So with respect to Title 21 issues, our workload compared to planning in terms of preparing whatever ordinances the Assembly may want is not the same. It'll be easier for us to do the work. I have the capacity in my department to do that work, assuming I'm here, but given my experience writing Title 21 amendments and working with the Assembly on those issues, I don't anticipate having any trouble meeting the Assembly's needs going forward without adding additional staff or funds to my department.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, sir, on the amendment in front of us.
I always try to speak to the amendment in front of us. In this case, you know, we're looking for sort of a one-time work product, and we've typically gone to independent counsel, independent outside consultants, or others that are focused on that. I believe some of the business model for this new code language is going to be origins on what we've seen in other states, perhaps. It's still an evolving process. It's now April, May. I mean, if we even ramped up, I think we'd have somebody in the streets there. But I look at Title 21's on the downside. We're going to probably see the final tweaking to that. So I see excess capacity freeing up in both departments. We just heard from Mr. Wheeler that he's got that. Bring over some additional revisions to Title 21. Throw some changes into Chapter 10 for local business support, perhaps in Eagle River. But again, we're back to that same word, property taxes. We're going to tax, we're going to hire a permanent employee that means benefits and wages and pensions for perpetuity for essentially a one-time product.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Starr, for your comments. But I have to disagree. I don't think by any means is this a one-time work product. The planning department has been short of staff for several years. And I don't want to put Mr. Weaver on the spot, but I'm going to ask you, Mr. Weaver, do you think that this appropriation is a one-time work product? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gray Jackson. The section that is working on the marijuana provisions, it's current planning, Erica McConnell's division. She has 4 professional planners working in that division. They staff the Planning Commission, the Plating Board, the Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals, and the Urban Design Commission. They have a full workload. Erica is very good at what she does. She's a perfectionist. She's basically, she cannot keep up with all the requests. And this position, just if it is funded, would not totally be for marijuana. Marijuana is very important because we see that in Washington and Colorado, they were behind in looking forward to the regulations and how they're going to deal with it. They're going back now to change a lot of what they put into place. A lot of our decisions haven't been made with respect to all the marijuana issues, but it will take a considerable amount of work to accomplish. And in addition, after that's done, that staff person could augment the existing staff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. No other comments from assembly members. Please vote. That item is approved. Next item, Mr. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next amendment, the main sponsor is Mr. Steele, so I'm going to yield to Mr. Steele to bring forward this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Steele. Number 8, Mr. Steele. It's your $4 million one. Mr. Steele?
I guess I need to, before I make this, I need to know how the other amendment impacted this.
Your previous amendment, Mrs. Gray Jackson's amendment, pulled $4 million out of the operating budget and put it back into the utility budget. So your amendment plugged those dollars back in using area-wide funds. So you got to do it.
That's what I want to do. I move the item, solid waste services. It's $4 million for the first quarter budget revisions.
Barbara needs a second. No. The clerk needs just a minute to get it kind of. I didn't mean you need the second. You all right?
I move.
So the amendment in front of us
Wait a minute.
it's called Amendment Number 8. It's brought forward by Mr. Steele, second by Mr. Honeman. Comments on it?
Can you repeat the amendment, sir?
This is the complement to Ms. Gray Jackson's amendment, Mr. Mayor. It
Yes.
fills the whole.
I just want to hear it.
It's
Amendment Number 8 in this sheet.
Movement number 8.
Yeah. None of us have that.
You don't?
Bring it on.
Oh. Ours ended at 7, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
This is Amendment 8 final.
Came out this week.
Okay. Whatever. Mr. Mayor, do you have a copy of it now?
Yes, we have it numbered differently, but
Okay. Comments from assembly members. This amendment is brought forward by Mr. Steele, second by Ms. Gray Jackson. It's amendment number 8 in your packet.
so may I comment,
Mayor?
Mr.? So what we're saying is that in addition to the property taxes we're already collecting, we're going to add an additional $4 million in property tax. That's going to raise our overall property tax to over 6%
Ms. Gray Jackson.
increase over last year,
Thank
just so the body knows.
Do you want to answer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of confusion because we received documents this evening, okay? But, Mr. Mayor, in the other document that we dealt with earlier, you changed the $5 million to $4 million, okay? And what we did was we voted on that document, okay? And now this is just part 2. Where we're giving solid waste services back their $4 million. You wanted to provide property tax. In your new amendment, you want to do $2 million and put it in a trust, and I think there was another $2 million, whatever the number was, to do something else with. So I think the numbers really do add up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Actually, the mayor may have a point here.
Yeah, can I ask a question? I think in your earlier action, you moved all $5 million back to solid waste services. So if you're appropriating $4 million in property tax to make up for it, you're still $1 million short.
If I can follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mayor.
We worked from the S version, and your S version deleted $5 million and changed it to $4 million. So what we voted on was $4 million.
Here's where I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Here's where I think the error may be, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Flynn.
If you look at the S version of your budget, on the spreadsheet, line 175, the $4 million, as the mayor pointed out, 2 went into the municipal trust. I know, what he proposed. And 2 went toward property tax relief. So, because unless we want to put $2 million of property tax into the trust, Mr. Steele's amendment actually only has to be for $2 million. That I leave to you, sir.
The intent is to give solid waste service back the money, and that's.
We did that.
You did that. Now you're appropriating property tax to make up for it. That's what you want to do.
Take a break and try and figure out where we're at. Okay,
I'll admit confusion.
We're taking a 5-minute at ease.
Yep, Mr.
Work out your numbers. Call this meeting back to order. Mr. Steele, sir.
Mr. Chairman, while they're crunching numbers over on the side there, I do want to congratulate my West Anchorage Assembly member. Seems to me, somebody told me you had a birthday coming up or something, that you were going to be 69 this year.
Me. Don't I wish I could turn it back that far. Thank you.
And we all wanted to sing happy birthday to you, too. Dick,
no,
go
no,
ahead.
No.
No?
That's cruel and inhuman punishment to try to have me sing.
Whichever that's totaled up to.
Congratulations, Mr. Hall. Ms. Gray Jackson, so where are we at in the numbers?
Happy birthday.
I'll yield to the administration, Mr. Trainee. Thank
To
you.
the administration. She's yielding to you guys.
Mr. Chairman, we would like to propose that the amendment be stated that you'll be taking $2 million from direct costs, $4 million from non-property tax revenues, and adding $2 million to property taxes under the charter limit.
No administration agrees with that?
But then what happens, how does that add into what was amended? It's got to be more than 2
Okay, could you say that one more time slowly so the clerks can get it, please?
Mr. Chairman, the amendment that we recommend that you make will reduce direct costs by $2 million. The impact of that would be to offset the $2 million that the mayor proposed to move to the MOA Trust Fund. You see that $2 million on line 178 of the detail that OMB provided to you. So we recommend that you, if you choose, that you remove that $2 million in direct costs. So that is, you also, given the amendments that you made for solid waste services, need to remove from the mayor's proposed budget non-property tax revenues of $4 million. That reflects the $4 million that you chose not to take from solid waste services. Additionally, you need to increase property taxes by $2 million because the mayor, in his amendment, in his amended budget, had only used $2 million from the $4 million in solid waste as property tax relief. That is my recommendation to you. Upon your decision on that, Mr. Chairman, I have one further amendment I'm going to ask you to make, which does not relate to this specific item.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really don't have any comments, but I do want to make a motion, okay? And the motion is that when we're done with this exercise and approve the budget, that we give the administration authority to make any corrections necessary so that what the Assembly's intentions were are reflected in the final document. That's a motion.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Move it in a second. We do it every year, so just ask unanimous consent. We do it routinely. Is there any objection to that motion Ms. Gray Jackson made? Not seeing any objection. That's approved by the body. Now on this item, Mr. Steele.
On this item.
Do you want to make a motion to reflect what Ms. Kate Guyard gave you?
Well, Mr. Chairman, he had a motion on the floor, so I think he needs to either withdraw his amendment or move to amend.
I don't think it was.
He's going to amend his amendment to what Ms. Guyard gave him. You're absolutely right. Mr. Steele.
I would like to amend my motion. Do I need to restate the motion?
I think so.
Okay. Hopefully I can do it adequately. I'd like to amend the motion to take $2 million from the direct, I think it was line 178.
175.
Take $4 million from the NPT and add PT $2 million. What's the PT? I don't even.
That's non-property tax and property.
Non-property tax.
You had the right categories. You were right.
All right. I hope this comes out right. And we did. I understand that.
On Mr. Steele's amendment,
And with Ms. Guy.
Mr. Starr. Okay. Sorry. Any comments on this amendment? Please vote.
Yes, please.
The amendment's approved.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Mayor,
I veto that amendment. Well, the...
Point of order.
Ms. Dombrowski,
Sorry, I am so sorry. I have to do this.
you were waiting, weren't you?
This is one of my pet peeves. Mr. Chair, I believe the power of the mayor is not to amend or veto an amendment without the final product being passed. However, he does have line item veto authority. So, Mr. Flynn, you might have to help me on this one.
I think let Mr. Wheeler help you.
And he does have line item veto authority, so, and actually, since we have to send out the tax bills on Monday, we probably want to take up the veto tonight. So I'm okay with him doing it now.
Mr. Wheeler? Comment, sir?
Through the chair, this is one of those issues that's percolated between the Assembly and the executive branch for some time, and
It's not a motion, it's an amendment, passed amendment.
Right.
right,
Mr.
well, it
Wheeler,
is the motion.
Please continue.
It is a motion, sir.
Speak into the microphone.
Through the chair, obviously, Ms. Tucker may want to weigh in, but I believe that we have a difference of opinion on the mayor's ability to veto a motion other than the main motion, which would be approving the budget as amended. In my opinion, the mayor has the ability to veto the motion. I believe Ms. Tucker would say that he does not.
Ms. Tucker.
Mr. Chairman, it doesn't matter what she's going to say because I'm going to make a motion to override the veto. So
Second. Second.
Okay. It's going to cut to the chase, huh? You did earlier, and the floor moved on you.
You already made it.
But
I'm taking it back, Mr. Chair, if I may.
do you want to speak? Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so let me just give this some context to some of the members. So in the past, I have adamantly fought for the legislative body's ability to do their business without the interference of the executive branch, meaning if you have an amendment that we're moving before the final document, it is not out of the control of the Assembly. Therefore, the executive branch does not have the authority to veto an amendment until the final document's passed. Then they can veto the whole thing. Now, this one, the reason I look to Mr. Flynn, this is a unique situation because this is actually the budget, and the mayor does have the authority to line item veto. So my question to Ms. Tucker, because I disagree with Mr. Wheeler, my question to Ms. Tucker, I have in the past tried very diligently to preserve the legislative body's ability to maintain control of our documents until they're out of this body. In this instance, do you see a difference because this is a budgetary action and the mayor does have line item veto authority, or by going along with this potential action, am I eroding the legislative branch's ability to argue basically that we have control of it and he can't veto until it's passed? Does that make sense?
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Dombrowski, your
Speak in
question.
your microphone, ma'am.
Your question makes sense. And as Mr. Wheeler has stated, the ability of the mayor to veto a motion before the main motion has been passed is a point of contention between the mayor and the Assembly that goes back decades. And so it didn't originate with me. And this Assembly has had outside counsel opinion on this thing, which supports the same position that I came to before I had access to that documentation, which is that even in instances where the mayor has a line item veto power, the very fact that the mayor has the line item veto means that the mayor exercises that veto after the action is passed by the assembly. In comment to the concept that that the assembly may choose to waive its objection to the mayor's action for expediency is a bit of a slippery slope, because should the assembly not be able to override the veto, if the assembly accepts the veto and doesn't override it, then the ability of the assembly to protest the mayor's veto after the fact is considerably eroded.
So, I go back to when I'm looking at something like this, it's not about the action in front of us. To me, it's about preserving the legislative body's ability to do their business without the executive branch controlling it. Now, with that said, Mr. Mayor, I support where you're going. And what I want to know is, if we override this veto this evening, if the mayor decides when he gets the whole budget, if he line items it, does it mean he can't line item that again or attempt to?
No, it doesn't. It's not. If the assembly's budget amendment, if the mayor's veto of the assembly's budget amendment fails tonight and the assembly passes a budget,
he can
then
do a line item.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's what I thought. I wanted to be very clear, because this is one of those issues that I have passionately fought to protect the legislative branch's power. So with that said, for expedience sake, and because I passionately believe the legislative branch has authority over their products before they're passed, I will support an override of the veto. But I want it to be recorded and noted that I do not believe the mayor has the authority to veto an amendment prior to passage of the final document, or just period.
Mr. Chair, I'll withdraw.
Before we vote on the override of the mayor.
Mr. Chair, I'll withdraw the veto. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very gracious, sir. Thank you.
So, we have in front of us amendment. Please vote. Sorry.
We already approved that amendment.
We're all done. We're voting on the amendment for Mr. Steele.
No, we already voted on that.
Hold on. Okay. You took care of it. No. Sorry, guys. She got it.
Amendment 8.
Okay. So we need to vote on Amendment 8.
Mr. Chair,
It dies then.
we voted, it passed.
Okay. That's fine. Okay, Amendment number 9. Mr. Evans? It was yours.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just to be quick about it, this is just what I talked about before. It's the Schick-Shadle money that the mayor put into the budget, $200,000. I've asked for it to be put into Health and Human Services instead, or actually I make the amendment to my amendment to put the money in Health and Human Services under that same category of chronic inebriate program that we put the Fairview Jobs Program in. That is an amendment to my Amendment 9.
So, second.
Second on it?
We need a screen, though. Okay.
She's working on it.
That's right.
Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the question to Mr. Evans. So, Amendment 9, as I had it, was a decrease. You were eliminating and removing the funding. Is it your intent is not to decrease it? Your intent is to it would actually be an increase, or is it simply that the amendment that the mayor made sticks, and you're just making the amendment to where to park the money?
Sure.
The parking garage.
Yeah, we're just changing the description. It's still being.
Because the amendment I had said decrease. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Well, it was a decrease from it was going to be a decrease from taking the mayor's proposal for $200,000 out.
Correct.
But instead, I'm amending that to just change the direction of it to Health and Human Services, the same way I did with that previous amendment on the Fairview Jobs Program.
The parking garage. You're parking
Exactly,
the money
parking
at Health
garage.
and Human Services. Thank you.
That is what's before us.
Thank you.
What, sir? We're all stuck. Let me reset that. The system is not working right
Well,
now.
Mr. Evans, and you have no budgetary impact by what you just said, is what you're saying, because the mayor's got it in the S version. You're just trying to send more legislative clarity.
Correct, and it's not it's taking out the specification for Schick-Shadle, basically.
Okay. Well, we appropriate by department, so I think that is still an executive prerogative, but I appreciate the legislative intent, and I can initially support that partly because it's already in the S version, so short of taking it out, I'd rather leave it in.
Do you want me to change this? So I can reset it? I know, but we've got to get the system to work.
Just vote. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead and vote yes.
Okay, please vote. We got lost in computer malfunction. Ms. Dombowski. That's approved. So, we have in front of us AR 2015-107S as amended.
Mr. Chairman,
Ma'am.
I did want to bring up one other item before you vote on the entire document. Your amendment number 4 that was passed by the Assembly for the homeless coordinator, senior policy advisor, was funded with fund balance. We are going to recommend that you change that funding source to property taxes, because if, as it currently stands, were you to fund that with fund balance, it would eat into the 12% set aside. So we're asking you to change the funding source to property taxes from fund balance for that particular item, totaling $129,720.
So moved.
Jackson, you were the
Mr. Chairman, yeah, that was my motion. So just for clarification, we were told that there was, after the mayor did his thing, that there was $300,000 in fund balance left. So what happened to it?
Through the chair, the changes that are on the schedule from the S version amendments for community development, health and human services of $400,000, the mayor funded portion of those amendments with fund balance, taking the entire $309,000 that OMB previously told you was available. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gard. Mr. Chairman, I move to change the amount in amendment number 4, not the amount, but the funding source in amendment number 4 from area-wide general fund balance to property taxes.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
moved and seconded. Discussion from Assembly members? If not, please vote. That is approved. Now we're down to AR 2015-107S as amended.
Let's vote.
Ms. Gray Jackson. Any comment on it?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dombowski, ma'am.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Guyard, can you tell us, with all of the amendments passed, do you have a running number about how much we're raising property taxes if this document passes this evening?
Through the chair, Ms. Dombowski, the changes that were made this evening result in a total property tax increase from 2014 by 5.61%.
Thank you, Ms. Guyard. You know, the Assembly has a responsibility to pass a balanced budget. And I believe that the budget that the mayor had submitted was a responsible budget, one that held property taxes, I think it was below 3%, wasn't it?
Through the chair was 2.96%.
You know, and I got to say, there are many people in this community that live on a fixed income that just can't afford, a 5% rate increase in their property taxes. This is too much for me. I'm sorry, I can't support it. I have a feeling I'll probably be the lone voice, but I don't feel this is responsible fiscal management.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Starr, sir.
No, you won't, Ms. Dembowski, because I'm going to vote against it as well, too. I think the fact that we're missing up here is the state's in trouble. We haven't even dealt with our capital budget since it's going to be trimmed to zero. We're seeing probably unemployment concerns at the state level that's going to come down. They're going to have to address their budgets through cutbacks. So what happens at the state is kind of the canary in the coal mine, I think, coming down our place. I mentioned it earlier, not to be flippant, but the total taxes collected this year become the total taxes collected next year. That's a problem for me, because we've not only set them up for a tax increase, the people that we work for, we've set them up for a tax increase tonight if this passes, and we predicated another one next year already because it's going up based on what we do this year. And that's really a frustrating scenario for efficiencies in government, services that are there. My emails have been significantly quiet over the operational standards that this administration has had. I can't tell you the number. There was early years operations in the Sullivan early years, perhaps before he got his management team organized, his budget efficiencies were there. We're delivering a good service to government for this cost, and raising it through just sort of I don't even have a good word for what we've done tonight. It's ill-conceived. I'll readdress a little bit more of the decision to not take our working capital out of that. The municipality is a large company. Underneath that, we own sub-companies. We own a power company. We own a trash service. We own a landfill. We own an airport. And I will tell you that it works both ways. When those entities get in trouble, the Solid Waste Services was there, they come to their mothership for money. And so the idea that somehow or another that they need a significantly healthier cash balance because they may have a capital plan that they're making up because they've got the money is frustrating for me. That's not the way you do business when a company is solvent and healthy. You balance the cash flow in the April session. That's what we're doing now with the fund balances, the cash balances in our municipalities. We've taken money from MLNP. All of our entities, our sub-companies work for us. They're not generally to make a profit. Government doesn't do that. We don't tax and put it in the bank. We don't raise our rates to keep it. We don't try to come up with things to spend money on, and I believe that's what we've done tonight. So we're going to be back here, folks. I have a feeling, I hope that the mayor isn't going to give away 5.5 years of hard work and many, many good budgets for the fact that 5.5%, 6% tax increase is what we're going to wake up to tomorrow. It's unacceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me shed some light on this whole exercise this evening based on my personal opinion, okay? We gave Solid Waste Services back $4 million that we never should have taken anyway to balance the general government operating budget, okay? Because the code does not provide for that, number one. Number two, we brought forward some amendments that were public safety issues. You know, our community is rampant with crime, and rampant. And everybody knows that. You know, if you subscribe to the APD's 888-777, you're constantly getting messages about what's happening in our community. All kinds of crimes, okay? And the reality is, because I ran some numbers, all right, what we've done this evening, and I will say this, I don't advocate increasing property taxes by no means, but I do advocate providing the services that are necessary for the citizens that live in our community. And sometimes you have to pay a little bit more, especially when you're complaining and telling us how upset you are about different issues to do with crime in our community. But anyway, the reality is what it's going to cost our citizens is approximately $36 for a $300,000 home based on what we did this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Evans? I saw you on here. Okay. Please vote. Missing somebody. Johnson, okay. Budget's approved 6-5.
Mr. Chairman, can we be clear to the members of the audience it's unlikely that we'll probably get to the last item on the agenda tonight?
We're not going to get the last item on the agenda, even if we extend.
Perhaps make that ruling. The solid waste services folks, I think there's quite a few of
Now,
them.
you guys
in-
have to go to work in the morning. We're not going to get to your agenda tonight. You know, I mean, we can extend at 11 o'clock, bring up the issue, but I don't think we'll get the votes to extend. Just my impression of the body. We've got one man that's sick that's here tonight. Just don't get near Mr. Hall. But if you're on the last item, we're not going to get to it. So, we have 34S in front of us. Get a motion on 34S?
Move to approve.
Second.
And I'll caveat that motion with Ms. Ray Jackson's previous authority to the administration to make the final necessary tweaks to the individual mill levies so that they reflect the final budget as amended.
Did I get a second on that? Ask unanimous. Gives administration just the normal thing we give them every time. That's approved.
Okay, Kate? All right, that's all I had.
Now, Kay, can you give us any changes to the numbers we need to make on 34S?
They can do it.
We didn't go through the mill. Mr. Chairman, we haven't been through the entire mill rate calculations at this point.
So we give them the authority.
Okay.
Just one second. We'll see if Maryland does have them.
I know. Okay. Look, Kirk advises me we need, rather than, we're going to vote on it. I'm sorry, you're on the wrong one, Barbara.
Okay. Mr. Chairman,
Ma'am,
Maryland can go through them one by one with you and give you the revised numbers. She has it on her spreadsheet.
go ahead. Start with section 2.
Section 2, mill rate should be a negative .06.
I can't hear
A
you. Marilyn.
negative, oh, pardon me, a negative .06 mils.
Okay, section 3.
All, the next section that would have a change
Okay.
would be on page 2, section 24, and it would be changed to 2.31 mils.
Okay, the next one.
Section 37,
Okay.
I will have to amend I'll have to do the math for the taxes allowed, because we are using a portion of the school district capacity.
Okay.
The amount to be collected is 252,429,035,
Okay.
and that amount will go on line in section 38, line 16.
Okay.
Did you mean 15?
What did I? Oh, section 38.
Line 6.
Correct.
You mean 15?
No, 14, right?
The property taxes to be collected for the 5 major funds is the 252,429,035.
Okay.
One moment, please.
I have the wrong one. My line's wrong.
We're fine. Thank you, ma'am.
You're fine now? That's the amendment. Is there a second on it?
Yeah.
252-429-035.
And Mr. Chairman, there's one more change.
Okay.
Still in section 38, line 18, the total general government taxes levied is $269,957,258.
Okay. Make your motion, Ms. Gray Jackson, to bring all the amendments into this document. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought Mr. Flynn did that.
Well, I had actually,
Do it again, Mr. Flynn.
I had authorized them to make the adjustments, but they made them for us, so I'll make the motion to incorporate those changes.
Second.
We have a second. Ask unanimous. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Ma'am?
I'd like to make another motion. Okay? And the motion is, if they need to make some adjustments to the numbers they just gave us this evening, we authorize them to do that.
That's second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ask unanimous. See no objection with that. We're now voting on AO 2015-34S as amended. Mr. Starr, did you want to make a final comment on this thing before we vote on it?
Probably one of the most important things we do all year, so I'm not really going to hurry if we have to extend. Sorry for the liberties of that, but there's a lot of hard work that goes into it, and particularly in my community, Ms. Dembowski's and I community revolves around service districts. We've talked about that significantly. And what I find with those service districts is their reality and their sense of fiscal responsibility as it delivers a message to us. So some of that's a shout out, but also a sense of recognition. Subursa is taxing under the cap, actually significantly. That's our road board. We do that with outside contracted services. Earlier tonight, we approved the McKenna Brothers contract. That's how we do it. We do it well. So when you travel our roads out there, know that we're not needing to tax to our maximum allowed for that. Our other services that tender that really put in a lot of effort, particularly after I called them when Juneau was sending messages about our capital program perhaps and be in jeopardy. They revisited that. That was our Parks and Rec. We also are seeing the benefits of an earlier message that we sent out to emphasize maintenance in our community with a mill rate setting of 0.70 and an agreed amount of 0.30 for capital improvement projects. That model works for a lot of different reasons. I can pontificate about them, but what it does is it involves the citizens. It tells them to tell us, and that's what they're doing tonight with that. So to my community, those that are listening, we're doing the best we can to hold the line across the board, area-wide. Police and fire take up almost half of our overall budgets at this point. So investments in public service are there to my community and those that serve on those boards. Thank you. And I'll lastly say the action in front of us right now is setting the taxes, setting the tax rates. However painful that may be, the battle was lost when we approved the budget. It's my fiduciary responsibility, of course, to send out the tax bills. So you'll likely see an yes vote, or a yes vote, I should say, on the yes version as amended. I don't agree with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. That item is approved by the body.
With your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, I'll make
Mr. Flynn.
I'll make Mr. Evans' favorite motion
Make it, Mr. Flynn.
for immediate reconsideration.
Second.
Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you. I have a question. So my question being, if the mayor were to veto the budget, which ultimately could change the taxes, and we've reconsidered the tax bill, then what?
We don't have a choice in this matter, Ms. Dembowski.
Because you have to send them out anyway.
Because you got to send them out.
Well, I thought that was the answer. I just wanted you to say it.
Yep.
So, okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, please vote. No vote's been urged. It's up to you guys, though. We don't have to vote no. It's just urged. We have one person that hasn't voted yet. Ms. Gray Jackson, you voted yet?
Yeah, I thought I did.
Thank you. That will not be reconsidered. Mr. Evans, you did it again.
Mr. Chairman, the next item before you I've been excused from, so I'm going to take
Yes,
a little
you have.
walk.
We'll take a walk.
Building.
Next item in front of us is AR 2015-136, item 14H. Anybody wishing to testify on this item, please come forward. I know you've been here all night. Thanks for being diligent.
Thank you.
Welcome to the meeting.
My name is Lael Fairbairn, Fairbairn. I'm a co-owner of the restaurant before you, South Restaurant and Coffee House. I'm also the co-owner of Snow City Cafe. We've been in business for 17 years downtown. And Spenard Roadhouse, we've been in business 6 years. We're excited to bring our idea of hospitality to South Anchorage, where there are significantly underserved by restaurants. So I'd appreciate your consideration of our conditional use permit.
Thank you, ma'am. Question from Assembly members. There don't appear to be any. Oh, Ms. Johnston.
I urge a yes vote, and we're very happy to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Hearing and saying none, public testimony is closed. The wish of the body.
Move to approve.
Moved to second. Discussion from Assembly members. If not, please vote. Who else is not in there? Okay, she's coming. It doesn't like you tonight. No, it doesn't. That item is approved. Congratulations. Next item in front of us is item 14I, a resolution approving a letter of agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska and the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 367 to clarify certain new provisions concerning holidays, annual leave, and guaranteed relief. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Approval's been moved and seconded. Any discussion from Assembly members? Please vote. We could have probably taken up their other thing. I know. That item is approved. We're going to get through. Next item in front of us, item 14J. AR 2015-89, a resolution approving a letter of agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska and the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association, Inc., to clarify provisions in the collective bargaining agreement related to scheduling. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying none, public testimony is closed.
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Starr, sir.
Nope. Thanks for those that answered my questions about some of the components as it related to my questions primarily were of overtime and how that affects itself on a 410 workday, as well as would these agreements be sort of in writing, and there was an inference that emails would be exchanged to kind of keep the he said, she said opportunities to a minimum. I think it's just prudent. All good companies that are fun to work for provide flexibility in scheduling, and I'm hoping that's what this does.
No other discussion. Please vote. We're still missing Mr. Flynn, aren't we? No. He's gone. How do you want to vote, Mr. Flynn? Yes. He said yes. That item is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is AR 2015-113, a resolution approving a collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, APDEA. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name for the record, spell your last name. Hearing and saying none, public testimony is closed.
Move to approve.
It's moved and second. Mr. Starr, sir.
You know, I don't want to be accused of rushing this. We had 5 minutes to 11, so I have a few questions. I'm not trying to filibuster the conversation here, but, you know, this is a pretty substantial agreement for the police department that I want to make sure we do this right. So is there any hurry to do it? I guess both my comments off the record and on the record are important, but I certainly want to allude to the public we serve that we've done diligence on the contract. And I have some questions about a bargaining process on how that was done.
Do we have representative of the union here?
Mr. Chairman, is it appropriate to move to extend the meeting 15 minutes?
You can try, sir.
Move to extend the meeting for 15 minutes.
Is there a second? Is there an opposition to extending? One opposition. Okay. Let me bring it up. Motion is to extend how long? 15 minutes?
15 minutes.
How many does it take to move?
8. We're not going to extend. We're not extending. Ask your question, sir. We're not extending.
We provide bargaining guidelines from the Assembly's perspective up here. And were you on the bargaining team?
Yes, I was, sir.
So can you explain to us how the bargaining guidelines that were put in place by the Assembly were used, or what was used for bargaining this contract?
So in bargaining, multiple things are taken into consideration, including guidelines established by the Assembly, including desires of the administration, and obviously input from the unions themselves in conversation. It is something that is kept in mind throughout the process, knowing that the ultimate goal is what we are here tonight, is that when we collectively bargain a contract, therefore an agreement, that we know it will have to pass this body here. So clearly, if it was to be somewhat outside of those guidelines, that we would acknowledge it likely wouldn't pass. So we always keep that in mind.
So you're saying you didn't really have any guidelines from the Assembly that you had on the table, because in years past, and the last time we approved your contract, which was over 5, almost 6.5 years ago, the litmus test was how did they meet that criteria, put out by the Assembly. And so, I was active in writing it, and the last one went back probably almost 5.5 years ago from an actual approved bargaining guidelines from the Assembly, which talked about that. And some aspects that I'm challenged that have not been addressed any differently, and perhaps would be managed competition, outsourcing, the ability to have other people outside the police workforce do work. So I called it 3 things because it's called a lot of different things. I'm challenged because their economies of scale, perhaps record keeping, taking old print records and scanning them. I'm giving examples of easily outsourced items, and yet the prove up in your contract, again on this one, is almost worded the exact same way the other contract was. We have to prove that there's a savings to that. We have to offer employment opportunities to others and all of that. Did you guys spend a lot of time at the bargaining table coming up with the balance between outsourcing and that?
So, Mr. Starr, there was some conversation about managed competition, outsourcing, that sort of thing. There was some changes in the contract, and the municipality brought forth some things that they wanted to see, and we did concede to those things. So in terms of back to your first point, I actually I'm not sure exactly which guidelines you're talking about. The ones that I'm aware of were established in 2010 Assembly Resolution number 2010-86.
Right.
And those were the things that we looked at, and I don't recall specifically that there was managed competition.
That's the point, is that I would hope that you had put what this body's litmus test was in that from the outsourcing conversations. There's probably 6 or 8. So in the meantime, because we're probably not going to vote in 2 minutes here, I want to go back and revisit that so that we can use this as an example of perhaps either good work or work that we need to change the bargaining process in the future. Not going down AO37 route at all, but what makes the partnership between how we bargain better. And I'll pontificate, even though no one's listening, is there's no mechanism in this contract that says if the economy tanks, if our property tax base falls, what do we do? And there's that clause that says, well, if we ask you to come back to the bargaining table,
you don't interrupt you. We've got about 2 minutes left. Mr. Wheeler, do you want to say what you told me a second ago?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, the code requires the Assembly to reorganize no later than the 3rd Tuesday from the election. That's tonight. So I would suggest, so that you're not in violation of the code, that you extend so you can take care of that issue.
We get a motion to extend to take care of reorganization, so we're not.
Sure, let me just do one quick here. Move 2015-113 to the meeting of May 12th.
Second.
Moved and second to ask unanimous.
Got it.
That's moved. Now let's get a motion so we can get reorg done so we're not in violation.
I move that we extend the session 5 minutes, or actually, let's extend it just for organization
Okay.
of the assembly, no time limit.
See you on the 12th.
That's unanimous. Seeing no opposition, we've done that. Let's take up the item of reorganization.
Sorry, can we just tell the guest here that we're going to see you on the 12th? We've got to do something else.
We got to take care of something else.
Very good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we're down to item 15. Bring it up on the screen, man. Should be 15A. Item 15A is Assembly reorganization. That's now in front of us. We need a motion on it. Mr. Honeman?
Move to continue the organization of the Assembly. Move, Mr. Chair. Mr. Trainee is chair.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Mr. Trainee, I have another, I'd like to move.
Go ahead. I'm coming to you, Ms. Johnston. Okay. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I'd like to move Mr. Bill Evans as chair.
Second.
Can I speak to my motion?
Go ahead, ma'am.
This body's been designed through charter and code to have staggered terms and term limits. This allows the body to cross-pollinate institutional knowledge and change. We need to embrace that. Having the same leadership year after year, or actually in this case it's decade after decade sometimes, in fact having the same old not only dampens innovation but does not build leadership or capacity of the body of the whole. Leadership is not necessarily always being the person out front. Great leadership can be brought through mentorship, sharing institutional knowledge, and embracing change. Mr. Evans is not verbose. He's fair-minded, and he chairs a good committee. This same old would like to take this same old being me. And I challenge other same olds. There's a couple people who've been on here longer than me. I'd like to take a step forward and embrace change. And I hope the rest of you are ready to do the same.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, I can appreciate the interest in Ms. Johnston to sort of expand the conversation and learn as we go up here, but I think leading by example makes sense. We know when there's a good meeting run, but there's also more than just tonight. There's more than just Tuesdays. I believe you need a leader that can handle the challenges of what happens during the rest of the week and throughout the month. And so that limits, to a certain degree, those that have other obligations, I don't believe can serve as well, either full-time jobs, heavy children loads, whatever those challenges may be. So in this particular case, I feel Mr. Trainee's, served us well, and I believe that stability is an asset as we come into some pretty challenging times.
Any other nominations? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Please pass the ballots out. So do you burn these? We wait for white smoke to come up? You what? Yeah, I could be. I'm figuring black smoke will come. So is the election, they're training for this or what? Could we do a mail-in ballot? You what? You know, we used to do this on the board. Oh, yeah. In the 90s, we put on the board. That gave you a different perspective. You know, because we voted against somebody. Happened.
Mr. Trainee is elected chair.
Thank you. We now need to go to Vice Chairman. Mr. Hohenman?
Yes, I nominate Ms. Gray Jackson as the vice chair.
Is there a second? Is there anybody else? Hearing no one, the nominations are closed. Since we only have one person, there's no need to do the ballot.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And this meeting's closed. We're done.